So this is the VEX IQ training workshop, and we're going to be going through the VEX IQ game and take a look at this year's challenge for 2021, and then get into the COVID-19 impact on the season. And we'll just try to stick to the agenda in terms of following the breaks and whatnot, so people have enough time to get up and grab coffee, do what they need to do. So I think a lot of the items that people mentioned in the welcome and introduction that they were looking to get out of this year's training, I think they're definitely covered in here. But if there's anything that's missed, please make this interactive. I know with Zoom, these meetings tend to be a little less interactive than normal. So feel free to speak up, ask questions. Just ignore the fact that this is being recorded. So feel free to really engage in conversation today, because I appreciate the people that are on the call have a lot more experiences specifically working with VEX IQ than I do. So I absolutely appreciate their feedback. All right, the other thing I wanted to mention is that on your screens here, if you were to click, hover over one of the characters there, and I'm using, instead of sharing the screen today, I'm using a video mixer that allows me to toggle things back and forth between my computer and other camera angles. So if you hover over my name and want to get a bigger image of what's happening, one of the things you can do is click on that ... and then you have the ability to pin the video. So if I end up being small and you want to see what's happening, you can pin that video, and then I believe you can expand, zoom it to get it larger to fit on your screen. So when I am sharing text and things like this, it will show up larger. All right, the other thing you can do as well is in the upper right-hand corner, there's what looks like 9 little squares. That's going to be the gallery view, kind of get the whole Brady Bunch view where everybody's around you and they're all small. And you can also change that to speaker view, and then whoever microphone is louder, it will show up on your screen. But again, you can also pin it and then expand exactly what you'd like. The other thing I'd like to share with you guys is during this, if you are chatting, that's a great way for you to ask questions, things of that nature. So feel free to use that chat window. And if I'm not seeing something right away and you guys see it in the chat and it's pertinent to what we're talking about now, please bring it up so that we can address those concerns as we go along. I also want to point out that in Zoom, just for what it's worth, you guys can mute your microphone, and then if it's always muted, we don't get any of that feedback and background noise. And then when you do wish to speak, you can simply press the space bar, and the space bar will unmute your microphone for as long as the space bar is depressed. All right. And I have given you guys the opportunity to share your screens. So if there's something document-wise, if there's something you wanted to share with the entire group, you'll have the ability to take over and share your screen throughout the presentations. So with that, let's jump in to the VEX IQ game and talk about the details there. So every year, VEX Robotics comes out with a new game, and this is the new game for this year. Is called Rise Above, and the game objects that are moved around here are called risers. So there's been some significant changes from this year to from previous years, and one of them is going to be simply the size of the field, right? Instead of being a 4-foot by 8-foot field, it is now a 6-foot by 8-foot field. So if you have a VEX IQ field and you only have one of them at your school, they sell a kit that would, it's an expansion kit that allows you to get, I think it's $100, that allows you to get the necessary components to snap out and make this into a 6-foot by 8-foot field. And then of course, this creates problems with coaches, and like they're already perhaps short on storage space. Now this is a larger piece of plastic that needs to be located in your workshop. So one of the things that they always release is the competition video. Let's see. Wow, I'm getting all kinds of junk here. So I wonder if the video is located in here, and I'm not really sure it would come across very clean, but maybe it's under the game resources, and I don't see it actually. So
if you go on VEX Robotics website, it's easier to find.
Or you could try YouTube.
Yeah, I just sent the link yesterday through that, so.
Is the squared away challenge not going to be a thing anymore then?
that is correct. So every year, the game objects just get recycled. So not recycled, they just get discarded. So all the different squared away objects, things that you have, will not be used again. So the neat thing is with the VEX IQ is that all those parts and pieces, the plastic structural pieces, then can be added to your inventory to build up robots with.
Okay. All right, good, because I was going to be buying a field this year, so now I know not to buy the squared away field. So.
Right on. Yep. So here's the game video. Under the products, I guess we'll get into that a little bit, but I'm going to try to share this video and see what you guys think.
2021 game, VEX IQ Challenge, Rise Above.
Is it coming across okay?
VEX IQ Challenge, Rise Above.
First, two teams will collaborate in 60-second teamwork challenge matches, working together to maximize their score. Both teams will receive the same points.
Each of these teams will consist of 2 drivers and 1 robot. One driver will operate the robot for the first half of the match, and the other driver will operate it for the second half.
Second, each team will have the opportunity to compete in the driving skills challenge. In these matches, teams have 60 seconds of driver-controlled time to score as many points as possible.
Third, each team will also have the opportunity to play programming skills challenge matches in which they have 60 seconds of autonomous robot operation to score points. No drivers allowed.
Scores from the driving and programming skills challenges will be combined to determine a Robot Skills Challenge champion.
VEX IQ Challenge Rise Above is played on the new, wider field, measuring 6 feet by 8 feet.
Robots and game objects start on the field in predetermined positions, and there are 9 goals located around the field.
Be sure to double-check the robot size rules this year, as they may not be the same as previous VEX IQ Challenge games.
The scoring objects are risers, with a height of approximately 8.75 inches and a width of approximately 7 inches. There are a total of 27 risers on the field.
The object of the game is to score as many points as possible with your alliance partner by scoring risers in goals and completing rows.
Each riser scored inside of a goal is worth 1 point. Each riser stacked on top is worth 1 additional point.
If teams score 3 risers of the same color in a row, they will have a completed row and will earn an additional 3 points.
If teams can stack 3 risers in the same goal, and that goal is part of a completed row, they will have a completed stack and will earn an additional 30 points.
Teams will have to experiment with different scoring configurations to figure out the most efficient way to score points.
For official game rules and robot requirements for VEX IQ Challenge Rise Above, please see the game manual found at roboticseducation.org and vexiq.com.
To register a team, find events near you, or ask a question on the official Q&A, please visit robotevents.com. Good luck and have a great season.
Okay, so every single year they're going to produce a new game, and that's very different than other activities, right? Where you don't have a new football game every year. The rules don't change much from year to year. but in these competitions it does. And then all of the game pieces that you have are going to be discarded or recycled. A lot of times I've been giving them to daycares, or even at the very last event of the year, I was just giving away objects and the team snatched them up, and that is what it is. So the things I want to point out in this year's challenge with the IQ Rise Above, you're going to want to find the game manual. So one of the resources that you'd have access to is this game manual, and there you can find it in a couple places, but what you're looking for, a great place to find these resources is going to be the REC page. So a couple of the organizations that you're going to find out there are going to be the VEX Robotics website, and VEX Robotics is the manufacturer. They create, invent, and sell the VEX Robotics equipment. So the REC, the Robotics Education and Competition Foundation, is the organization that runs VEX Robotics, organizes the VEX Robotics tournaments and events throughout the world. So these guys they're going to have all the game resources, the game manuals. This is where you can find all kinds of great resources for your teams, as well as for if you want to host your own events, things like that. They are the coordinators and keepers of all that content, things like your judge's guide and the game manual. They're responsible for all those materials. Third website that we'll get into is called robotevents.com. And that's where you can find out where are the events, and you can create an account, register your team, and get set up to have an officially registered team, as well as register your team for specific events and find the events that are out there throughout the world. So we're going to get into a lot of resources are from the REC Foundation that we're taking a look at today. So in here specifically, if we went to the roboticseducation.org website, and then they have great resources here for competition. And under the competition window, we can find the VEX IQ Challenge and click on the little Learn More. And within this VEX IQ Challenge, there's all kinds of great resources. So we're going to want to find the current challenge. And specifically within this, one of the things you're going to want to look at is the game resources and the game manual. And it is available in a few different languages. All right, so this is the official game manual, and I recommend that you have a hard copy of this game manual within your team workshop there. And also, another place where you can find this official game manual is going to be on an app. So if you have a smartphone, you can go and download an app that's called the VEX IQ Hub. Wait for the camera to catch its automatic focus there. So VIQC-HUB, that's the app you're going to be looking for. And this app has got the entire game manual loaded in it. So if you click on the Rise Above section here, here's the entire game manual, the most recent version of it. They do have a few updates that they'll sprinkle throughout the year. But this is searchable, so we can find information about if there's something you're looking for, such as the word size, maybe thinking about like the size of the field or size of the robot. You can go ahead and search for things there. So I really encourage you guys to use this VEX IQ Hub app. And then another added bonus is that it's got the scoring app built into it. So the first part of this, you can adjust this up and down as far as the levels. There are 3 parts to this year's challenge. There are scored risers, and that's this first section here. So if you score a riser in one of the square goal zones, you'll get 1 point, and you can see the total score up there. And then if you were to score 3 risers, still get 3 points. But if those risers happen to occupy 3 in a row, kind of that tic-tac-toe pattern, so if those 3 that were scored happen to be all within a row, then you get an additional 3 points for scoring them in a row. The final scoring opportunity is what's called stacked. So if you were to get exactly 3 high, that's what they're showing down here, that's where the big points come from, and it's 30 points for that. So they show these things within the game manual quite nicely about the scoring. This is kind of curious. When I scrolled down, it looked like it was only 1 page long. I don't know if this is one of their flip books, but I'm not having much luck with that. There we go. Now the rest of it showed up. So they'll go through and talk about the game. There's an awful lot of these things. Does that look like a crowded field? What are your guys' impressions of the field?
Well, personally, I'm just glad that there aren't balls everywhere this year. That's my honest answer. I'm still waiting for one of my parents to extend our platform so that I can extend the tiles that I purchased so we can put the game elements on. So I've only seen it. I haven't set it up. I'm thinking it'll be okay. I mean, better than last year. It was pretty all over the place. But it does look a little congested, but at least they're not balls.
Right on. And unlike other games, it looks like it's fairly easy to build. In previous VEX IQ games, I know that it took hours to just construct all of the different game objects. So these look like it's going to be, just a handful of parts and they're all the same. Life is good. So I like that. So if we look at this a little bit closer, the game manual goes through some of the details about the actual field. There we go. A little bit better view for you. So you can see that there are 9 goals located throughout the field in kind of that tic-tac-toe pattern. You see your starting locations for the robot. This year, the starting size of the robot, I think it's very similar to what it has been. I'll have to find the actual details, but I want to say was it 11 by 19 with a 15-inch height requirement? Does that sound right to you guys?
That sounds right.
Okay. And then that's only at the start of the match. So new this year, you can expand to an unlimited size. So that's entertaining. So you can see the location of all the risers. It does look rather congested. Lots of details there. And then the setup is going to change a little bit for the skills challenge. So this is for the regular matches. This is the setup up here for your teamwork matches. And then it changes a little bit for your skills challenge. And for those that are brand new to this, within a VEX IQ tournament, there are going to be 3 components, okay? So the first is going to be a teamwork match where you have 2 separate teams, 2 robots that are on the field at the same time, and they're working together to try to score as many points as they can. So that's the collaboration piece of this. That's the teamwork match. The other 2 parts are going to be the driver skills. So now with a skills challenge, it's a single robot on the field scoring as many points as they can. And they have two different modes. So there's the driver skills, where you're simply using the joystick to drive the robot around and score as many points as possible within 60 seconds. And then there's a autonomous programming skills, and it's the same deal, but there the drivers are not using the joystick. The robot has been pre-programmed to go through and execute all the different scoring. So by far, I think the programming challenge is one of the more difficult parts of this, because it requires the students to do an awful lot of work, and you have to be pretty precise in how you write the code and make sure that the robot performs consistently from one time to the next time. So programming skills is by far the hardest. And for new teams, I guess I wouldn't worry too much about the programming challenge. I want to hear from the coaches that have been at this for a while. Do you, as a brand new team, did you worry about the programming challenge?
No, I learned to focus more on the driver skills. And, you know, unfortunately last year, one of my teams had an example of where the programming could have gotten them into the state championship though. There was a tie, they tied for third. Well, for second, really, they tied for second, and then they ended up going into third because the other team had more points from their autonomous. So in that respect, yeah, it makes a difference, but I haven't run into that too often at the IQ level. I have teams that are really go-getters, and they strive for that autonomous, and I let them. And then there's other teams that just want to focus on driving, and I don't really push it at this level. Sometimes the games are not really, they don't lend themselves well for autonomous either. I found last year's game to be very difficult for programming, especially at the IQ level. And I watched at quite a few events. I watched other teams from other schools just to see if they had anything. And a lot of the events we went to, there just wasn't much at all. So yeah. I think it depends on the game too. I've had games like 3 years ago, I think it was 3 years ago, my teams were scoring a lot in autonomous, but it just depends on what the game is. So
yeah,
I would say don't stress about it at all.
And the big message for new coaches is that a lot of this is optional. If you go to a tournament, absolutely you're going to have to complete the teamwork matches, right? Where you're driving the robots around, two of them on the field working together. The skills, both the driver skills and the programming skills, where the robot is on the field by itself, those are optional activities. Of course, I would encourage you to go ahead and do what you can with them. But keep that in mind that they're not mandatory if you go to a tournament, that they're going to make you run a programming skills. So that's good stuff. So a little bit more about the game here, and I'm not going to read everything, but I do want to point out some pieces here. So the scoring, they go into, let me see, I want to get into just the idea of a goal and if an object is scored in a goal or not. So here we go. This is some information about whether or not the riser is in a scored position. So let me share that with you guys. This is from the game manual. I'm on page 10. And they're discussing whether or not one of the risers is in a scored position. So in order for it to be counted as scored, it must be within one of those goals. And the goals are some plastic pieces that are a little bit off the ground. I would say, what are they, maybe a 1/4 inch thick, those blue pieces that are defining that perimeter. So they have a little bit of thickness to it. And in order for it to be scored, it must be entirely within that goal. And it can be touching it, but it can't be resting on it. That third image with the red X on the right-hand side, that's really doing a great job of showing whether or not that's scored or not. It's resting on those blue areas, so therefore it's not in a scored position. So that's the first part of it. Get your risers into the goals. Then I'm going to scroll up, and after they're scored, now you can start talking about whether or not they are they have completed a row. So the tic-tac-toe kind of thing. In order for you to have the additional 3 points, you have to complete a row. And a couple of details here. They have to be of a uniform color. So you have, was it 3 different colors on there? 3 different colors of risers. So all orange within a row, and that can be diagonal, up, down, left, right. So that's the second way to score. So this would be worth 3 points, having those 3 risers in a completed row. So you get an additional 3 points for getting those there. The really big points are going to come from stacking. And in order for you to have it be stacked, it's building. So you have to have it scored, number 1. You have to have a completed row, number 2. And it's got to be 3 high in order for it to be considered stacked. So you can see in this configuration, in the center of the page, they have a red X that says, okay, you've got 3 risers in here, but this is not the same color. So it doesn't meet the completed row piece, and therefore you don't get the stacking part of this. So in order for it to get the 30 points, and that's a lot of points for stacking, you're going to have 3 high, and you have to have a completed row, and all of the risers are going to need to be in a legal scored position, right? Do you guys have any questions about that? Okay, now that is showing on the app here. So if you have that VRC app, the first part of it, when you're doing your scoring business, is the first row. I'm sorry, be careful how I use this. The first part of this is goals. How many of these do you have in a goal zone, right? So let's say that there was a whole pile of them in goal zones, and I think you can only have 9. I guess you can have more than that because they can stack upon each other. All right, now the second part of this is going to be the number of rows that are completed. So you can see that when we complete a row, it adds 3 points to the score. Okay, and the final part is going to be stacking. So you have to have a completed row, and if you stack, that's a big 30 points that you get for stacking. Now, just for reference, I've pulled up Tournament Manager, and this is not something the coaches need to worry about, but when you enter things into the software that's keeping track of the matches, this is what your scoring referees are going to be looking at. So this is the Scorekeepers app. So when they're scoring up the matches, you can see the, if we click on these individually, we can go ahead and basically stack them up, and I'm trying to reset this entirely. All right, so number of scored risers, that's going to be the first thing. You can see you get a single point for up here for the final score. You get 1 point for every riser that's in a scored position, and that might be a purple one in this upper corner. Okay, so now if I score more of these risers, I've got 3 risers, and let's say they're purple. You can see that the instant that I add this purple riser, it highlights this as one connected row, and then it adds 3 points to it. Okay, and then if I were to get completed stacks, so let's say that there were 3 purple risers stacked over here, that's going to be a big 30 points in there. So the teams, if they're playing the game well, are really going to be wanting to watch for that and try to get, they're really going to want to develop a robot that can stack them 3 high. Now, it doesn't do any good to stack them 4 high. So it's only the count of 3 that matters. So interesting. Let's see, in the chat, I'm seeing a little comment that popped up here, and it says, talking about the robot size restrictions. So let's go to the game manual and take a peek at the game manual, and let's do some size. I'm just gonna hit Control F and look for size. All right, so one of them here, talking about size, robots can expand beyond their starting size after the match starts. Okay, that's one note here about the size of the robot. So starting configuration, this R5 at the start of the match, it must be fit within that 11 by 19 starting area. And then it cannot be any taller than 15 inches off of the ground from the floor. So after the start of the match, after the beginning of the match, the robot can expand. So it's going to be inspected when you get to a tournament. They're going to make sure that your robot is within the 11 by 19 by 15 inch starting size. They have sizing tools to verify that. You make sure that your teams are building it to the right sizes. And then after the match starts, I believe, if memory serves here, that it is unlimited in how big it can grow. Does that sound right to you guys? And if I said something wrong?
Yeah, no, that sounds right. And that's new.
Yeah, that has not existed in previous years, huh?
Right, because there, especially even last year, I felt like there were even more challenges to size of robots, just because some attempted to try to expand, not fully expand like you would see like EDR robots, but they were very good at events of making sure that those robots were not any taller than they should have been. So my kids are excited that they can expand this year because they feel like it's a step towards what the middle school teams can do.
Sure. And I did find it here within the game rule number 4. It says there that once the match starts, expansion is unlimited. So that's verified. It's going to be interesting. It will definitely add an element. And if you're stacking these 3 high, each of them was about 8 inches, right? So in order to be able to stack them 3 high, your robot may have to be 24 inches tall after the start of the match. Okay. They have made another interesting exception this year to the game, and I didn't find it in the rule book specifically, so I'll have to look around for it. But when you're playing one of the matches, you get to a 30-second point and you're supposed to swap controllers with a partner. So each team is going to bring one robot, and the one team member is going to drive it for 30 seconds, the first half of the match. And then halfway through the match, they are to hand the joystick controller over to their other teammate, and then that teammate is going to finish driving for the remaining 30 seconds. One of the things they were talking about with COVID is the idea of not making that a requirement. So if you would have less hands touching things is the idea behind it. And I guess I haven't seen it officially in the game manual, but it was mentioned in some other conference calls that I was on. So
was it mentioned as more more of an option and not a requirement?
Yeah, I think it was an option that, you know, if you weren't comfortable doing that swap, then it wasn't going to be mandatory.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's, let's be honest, I mean, there are definitely some of these students are better at driving, right? And they don't want to give up that joystick, right? So
This maybe wasn't brought up. If they chose to just not swap, could they still have two members of their team up there though? One still helping them watch the time or giving them feedback? That maybe wasn't discussed.
yeah, I don't know for sure about that,
Okay.
but here it's in that game 7, or game rule number 7 here. So halfway through that match, there's supposed to be swapping controllers, and you know they're actually producing another update to this game manual August 17th, so it may show up in there. So again, nothing I say is going to be gospel here. It's got to come from the game manual, or there is a let's see, the official Q&A for the game is also part of the game manual, and I believe that shows up on a website called robotevents.com. So we have to look around. But before I leave there, I just wanted to see if you guys had any other questions about the game manual, the game itself. Feel free to ask.
Andrew, I haven't looked in detail like I usually have at this point of the summer. So forgive me if it is clarified in here, but why is there a different field setup for skills? Because that's new. Do you know?
Well, I can only kind of hypothesize. So I don't have an explicit answer, but when you look at the comparison between the teamwork match, you'll notice that there are literally risers of all colors sprinkled across the field. Right?
Oh, I see. Yeah, they're more grouped by colors than for the skills.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I didn't look at
And then
that.
when you
Sorry.
switch to skills, it looks to me like you're going to be able to create rows and stacks very rapidly, in contrast to the teamwork challenge.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. So they've helped them.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's an advantage then.
Yep. All right. Again, if there are any other questions about the game or resources that we talked about, just let me know. I did want to show you guys at the end of this, they talk about the, let's see, the official Q&A. Let's see, I thought I'd found it earlier in here. So let me just type that in. All right, so they do have a link to it right here. So as the season progresses, people come up with these questions that are like, oh, what happens if this? And it's these very specific weird incidences that need clarification. So as the season progresses, they have a game design committee, the GDC, and they're watching the official question and answer system here. And those are part of the game manual. So when I click on this, it launches me into the official Q&A for the VEX IQ Rise Above. And some of these, if they're not answered, they won't have the green check next to it. So like this, here's a G7 clarification. And if we click on the details, I'm not sure what G7 is. I'd have to look at that, but they're asking some details about it. So
That's what you were just talking about, the switching
all right.
controller.
Yep. So all official guidelines and rules regarding game modifications to accommodate social distancing will be included in the August 14th game manual. So actually tomorrow there's going to be an update to the game manual. I thought it was the 17th. So they're not going to be able to answer that, but it is what they're talking about where they would not require that swapping. So let's see what happens in a little bit. So if at an event and for coaches, let's see, you guys might want to access this Q&A and kind of keep an eye on it as the season progresses. And you can download this PDF document and you can answer, you can grab all the different questions. That becomes part of the official game manual and you can go from there. It doesn't look like they've really started too much of it yet.
Andrew, another resource for not only first year coaches, but those of us that have been with it for a while, but by no means know everything. I'm a part of a couple of Facebook groups, coach Facebook groups, and it's a good place to collaborate and get some help with too, just from other coaches. So if people are interested in that, those are good groups to be a part of.
Excellent. Thanks for bringing that up. So there is a website out there, the Facebook page. One of them is the VEX World Coaches Association, and that's for the middle school, high school VEX robotics competition, not the VEX IQ, but there is another one out there for the VEX IQ Coaches Association. And it's a great place to drop information about, hey, I've got questions about this, or I want to share this or that. I actually have a question out there that I posted yesterday, and looking for documentation plans, procedures that teams might have for meeting during the pandemic. So I'm hoping to steal some information, and I got a response from Shelley, and she happens to be with the Robotics Education Foundation. So she's saying, hey, check out the game manual and judges guide updates that are coming out for the 17th. They'll have more information about some of those materials. So great place to post questions, get answers, whatever. And I actually happen to be one of the moderators of this group. So we're keeping an eye on things and make sure that things don't get weird and political and, you know, people aren't trying to sell stuff. It's really the core focus of these groups is to support other coaches. So that's one. And then I think it's the VEX IQ World Coaches Association. And that's another great one. You can learn a lot by looking at these different groups and seeing, you know, people are posting videos about, here's a neat one. That's pretty cool. They're talking about getting started with VEX Code with getting started with VEX Code IQ in C++. So, you know, great place to just shop around for some other resources that may not be as, well, it's just easier to find sometimes, right? So good group of people. Okay. Looking at our agenda, let's see. We're going to get into COVID impact here. So are there any other final questions that you guys have about the game manual or this year's game before we get started on the discussions here about COVID?
One thing that I found helpful, and I guess I haven't seen it yet published this year, is usually there's a one-page document. It's just a summary of the points, and then it has a picture of the field. I usually put that by our field as a quick reference so that kids can correctly reset the field after they've used it. And that way they're not going back to their station and coming back with their own documents. It's just right there. I found that that's a good starting point too. I guess as of yesterday, I hadn't seen one published. Maybe it will come out yet.
Yeah. And the
But it's
document
literally
you're
just a
talking-
one page.
Yeah, the document you're talking about is located under the REC
Is
webpage
it?
here for
Okay.
the game resources. It's that one page
Yes, there it is. Okay.
game description.
Yep, I missed that. So yeah, so I will be printing those. Those are helpful for especially my beginners, because you hand them the game manual, which they all are expected to read through and reference, but then this is just like a snapshot and it just helps them visually.
Yep. Agreed. And these are also great to have at events. There's times when I'll print a whole bunch of them and pass them out to the crowd. So again, robotics is unfamiliar to the general public. So what we're doing is weird, and people don't know all the details. So having this one-page game description, or I'll tell the audience to download and install the scoring app. That's very useful to help them understand what's going on in the game, and they can then look at all the game rules and everything as they so desire. So
I'll just add one other thing that I find fascinating that it comes up every single year is trying to get through to my parents that at the IQ level, they are not competing against the robot they are on the field with. So I'll be sitting next to, sometimes I'll even be sitting next to a parent in the risers that is not from my school. And they're asking me questions. They're like, well, I don't understand. How come, and then it dawns on them, oh, they're working together. Because when they see two robots on a field, they think they're, competing against each other. So that's one thing I always try to instill in my new parents, is that at the IQ level, they are not competing against. They are trying to work together. For some reason, that's always something that they just don't quite get.
Yeah, very good point. Yep. They're used to that opposition. And in the other competition, VRC, they are competing against each other. So I like this aspect of IQ that during a tournament, you're going to be randomly paired with a team from wherever, and you're going to have to collaborate and work together as two separate robots, two separate teams, to try to score as many points as possible. So it's a great opportunity for these students to come together and have to talk to each other, right? And figure out what is their strategy. And sometimes you see it unfold and it's pretty clear that they're not real great at communicating, where the robots are bumping into each other and they're not really doing a great job of talking and figuring out a game plan for the match. And other times they'll walk up and it's very well coordinated, and you can tell that they've probably gone out and found that team and talked to them and maybe ran a practice match with them so they could see what's happening, and they really figured out how to work well together. So, all right. We're going to move forward then with a discussion here about the COVID-19, and I'm sure there may be some other things that come up, but let's see. I guess I want to start this conversation by simply saying that this sucks. We all know it sucks. We wish that things were different, and we wish that from a competitive robotics standpoint that we could just have a regular season as normal, and that would just be the easiest thing to do. I said this a little bit yesterday, but this program is a program of constraints. You're already constrained with time and budgets. You're constrained with the materials that you can use to construct the robots with. And to add another constraint on top of it of various social distancing requirements for health and safety, there are ways through it. And I'm just going to be relying heavily on our Minnesota, North Dakota event partners and coaches to help us navigate and find those ways that are going to make it work for us. So I believe there's great opportunities for us to have a season, and it may not be the typical season and probably won't be. There's a few things that can be done straight away that seem to be working. One of the things would be skills only events. They had turned those off a few years ago where they didn't permit them. So a skills only event is where you don't have in IQ, you wouldn't have the teamwork challenges. So in a skills only event, it's the single robot on that field doing its programming or driver control. And that's pretty easy to accommodate in a social distancing perspective. Even if you have students coming to a skills only event, there's ways that it can be done. They're also permitting video skills only events this year. So the idea that you could stay in your school and we would have requirements for certain camera angles that would look at the field, and we could host a virtual skills only event in which we could use Facebook Live or Zoom or whatever platforms, and we would have you give us the camera feed and give us. I mean, you could host your own virtual skills only events and scrounge up people to do this, to be your referees, to verify the counts, and that could all be happening live. So they're opening that up as a possibility, and I would love to get one of these on the calendar right away and just see how it goes. Work out the kinks and see if how well it can be done. In my mind, it's pretty straightforward. We would just have it on for so many hours, and we could just link you in and tally them up, and I could have the tournament manager computer here, and I could run an event from my basement, right? And it could all be out there being live streamed. So Facebook has this option where you can do live streaming, and then you can bring in people on video from your live stream. So there's lots of ways we can accommodate it, and we'll figure out the tech. So that's probably one of the safest options we have. And a modification to that is to do recorded skills only events. So if it's not synchronous, if it's not a live stream, they're opening up to the idea that it would be done where you'd record it and submit it. Now, that offers some other challenges. First of all, it would all have to be done in one single camera take. You couldn't be like, oh, we pause the video and then move things around. You know, you can't have any shady stuff going on like that. And then we may require some timestamp requirements on the video feed. So you may have to turn on some, like the actual second counter, that date and time in seconds that would show up on that camera feed. So we have to iron out the details, but I guess we'll see how that goes. I'm definitely a fan of the live streaming of the events. So I'll stop there for a minute. Does anybody have comments about the idea behind these skills only events? That seems to be, in my mind, a very workable solution.
I mentioned yesterday, as far as the EDR level, my comments would be the same for IQ. I actually, as much as I want them to be able to collaborate with other teams, because there's a huge chunk that they learn from that and grow from that, I actually like the idea of skills only because it forces them to rely on themselves rather than other teams. It really makes them hone and perfect their own driving abilities. So in one respect, yeah, it's a bummer if this is more the route that some regions need to go, but taking, a silver lining from it, I think actually this would make teams grow even more, and, be a little more proficient than they would previously. So I'm thrilled if this is an option. I'm thrilled if we can have in-person alliance matches too. But I think this is a great idea.
All right. And one of the potential problems with this is that you would then have to own an entire IQ field. And the price point behind that, I think with the new expansion, they're going to be about $300 and then another $100 for the game objects. So that is definitely an added expense if you don't already have the competition field that you would have to then fundraise for. But I guess.
Yeah, I think that that brings up a good point too. In the past, I know I've had other teams locally around me reach out to me, and like last year, I lent some game elements out to a team when we were not using ours, so that they could get an extra boost before the season started. And I've had teams come in and use our field before as well. So if we have schools like ours that obviously would have to get admin approval for it, but if that were the only way that they would be able to compete, I would hope that some that are able to open up their fields could find a way to do that too. So in mine, it's heavy. It's on a platform, a raised platform, but I'm sure I could find some dads that would come in and move it to a more open space so that we could accommodate more too. So just a thought that if a certain region can only do those and some don't have a field, I know for myself, I would try to make ours available. And I'm sure other coaches would too, if they were able to, within safety guidelines.
So very good. This is only one of the possible solutions. In my mind, that this solution is the easiest to do. And absolutely, we can continue to have a season, even if it consisted only of skills-only events. The other options that we're considering would be to modify tournaments. And here's what a modified tournament may look like with social distancing requirements, regulations put in place. We would only allow two team members per team to attend and their coach. So 3 people per team would be able to attend the event. No spectators permitted, and there are ways that we can rearrange the fields such that you don't have to have the same like side-by-side driver stations. We can modify it and say, you know what, we're going to put them on either end of the 8-foot field, right? So there's some social distancing that's maintained there. Judging could be done remotely with judges on a Zoom call and have camera feeds set up. That's plausible. And then we'd have to figure out some of the logistical details in terms of restroom facilities and catering and food service. And it may be no food service. Bring your own meal to the event. The events might be considerably shorter, and then we would have to work on live streaming that event such that other people can see, people back home, the rest of the team. And we've even had discussions about how can we bring in the teams on that live feed so that we can watch the teams that are sitting back home as well as the teams that are competing in a video feed or a mix, or we can figure out some of the details there. Maybe it's commentary before and after a match or something that we bring in the team members. But that's a possibility for a modified event. And let's say that maybe we go with smaller events as well. So instead of having 50 team tournaments, we set up and maybe we only have 16 teams at a tournament. And with that, you're now talking about maybe 50 people at an event total. and 50 people within a gym maintaining social distancing, it is plausible that we can do these things. So that's one idea. If we did want to have like 50 teams at an event, one of the other ideas that has been circulating is, what if we hosted it such that it was a 50-team tournament, but we had 3 separate divisions of roughly 16 each. And one division was in the cafeteria, one division was in Gym A, one division was in Gym B, and we've basically spread the number of people within any given area, we spread them out to maintain social distancing. So we are looking into modified events, and one of the things that we're going to be trying to produce very soon is a list of a document of these modified events, such that we can share it out with other people and say, here's a solution. And then we'd like to have that, I guess, approved by the various school districts, agencies, whoever might be in play. And honestly, you know how this is going to go. Some people are going to be like, that's great, you tried really hard, but it's still not going to work for us. And that's fine. We're going to have to accommodate those people that have to abide by greater restrictions through other means, like the skills only events that it would be all live streamed or video recorded from your own facilities. So we're working on those pieces. Any comments about the events that we've described here, or do they seem like workable solutions to you guys?
Yeah, I know. I appreciate everyone's work at not just saying or writing off this year, you know, and really making it so that the kids still get the opportunities that are possible. So thank you for working on that.
Yeah, it's weird. They're running basketball games without audiences, without spectators, right? It's some strange stuff. And sometimes they have like mock audiences. Have you seen those? Kind of strange.
I think with this virtual thing, I think that's the way our district's going to end up going, because right now they said we can't even meet elementary or middle school, but if we can show them that if we can do either Zoom or Facebook Live to attend events, I think that's going to be a safety net that's going to help have them let us do it.
Yeah, and we want to get this information out to the teams early in the season so that they can go to their administration and say, look, it's not going to be like it was last year. We're not talking about filling a gym with hundreds of people all in close proximity, cramped. We're talking about other ways to accommodate the season. And that's, I believe, this information needs to get into the hands of administrators and decision makers sooner than later, so that they say, oh, well, that'll work. Or, no, it won't, but maybe we could tweak it in such a way that it can work. There's another aspect to this that's that we haven't brought up. Okay, we've talked about events. Okay, that's great. Maybe we can have these socially distanced events, these virtual online video events. That's all great. What about teams? Just in general, are teams going to be permitted to get together and work on a robot? And what does that look like? So another document I'd love to see assembled is, how do you work with teams? You know, are schools going to permit, because robotics is not really a socially distant thing. There's talk about, you know, cohorts, teams that are going to be allowed to come in on these days and then other teams would be allowed to come in on different days into the lab space and work on the robots. What are your, I guess, what's the pulse out there in terms of allowing students to get together and work on robots in a face-to-face in small team environments of, teams of 5 or 6 students?
Well, right now our school district says absolutely not. They want the kids there for school and then get them out so they can get the deep cleaning going every day in the school. So right now we can't even meet in small groups.
And we talked about this yesterday too, the idea of allowing students to bring robots home, to bring the equipment home, and that creates a logistical problem. But my challenge to all the coaches out there is to try to have a season and to push the policies and procedures, bend them, twist them in such a way that we can make this happen. And if that means taking school property home, what does that look like? Is it permissible?
So I'll share a little bit about at least the plan that my school has on paper. We'll see how it comes to fruition when school begins. I teach at a private school in St. Cloud, preschool through grade 8, and we are opening our doors on the 24th for all students. We have small enough class sizes that this is going to, in our minds, work. We have our COVID plan, like that 20-page document of here's what we're doing during the school day to keep our students and staff safe. And I have had conversations ongoing through the summer with my administrator of how can I get robotics to still work. She and prior administrators have always been very supportive. And so I knew that if I worked collaboratively, we could come up with something. And so with my 18 students and my 5 teams, what's been decided is we will break up practices. So instead of everyone meeting during the week, we have once a week practices. They would get a rotating schedule. So like 2 teams meet 1 week with me, and then the next week 3 teams. And some of the teams have more members on them, and so it equalizes out mostly with number of bodies. And then that also allows for time for the materials to sanitize themselves in a way that I'm not having to wipe everything down. The other big issue that I struggled with too was how do I do this as just one person? Because we all know that we can't do it alone. And so having just a few teams there each week allows me to do it hopefully well, because I usually have 2 to 3 mentors each practice there helping me, and we are not allowing any parents into our building and during the school day. And I had a conversation with her last week of, after school, is that different? Is it not? We felt like we could try to get away with having the same parent there for each cohort group. But in the end, I decided I don't feel comfortable doing that because I don't want us to be looked at as the exception and something slip through. So it is just me and the kids. And I sent out a very long update yesterday to my families. And so far I've had good, positive feedback. They understand all of this being in place. Kids will wash their hands before and after practice. They'll be wearing masks, obviously. And I haven't quite wrestled with the whole, do I send home kits yet? But we feel like with our small size, we can make it work. So I feel for the teams that can't even get their members together. That's hard because I'm looking at what can I do virtually too with my teams on the week that they're not meeting in person. I don't know what that's going to look like at all. But that's at least what we're doing.
All right. I appreciate that. And yesterday you'd shared a document that went through some of those details. So we'll be leveraging some of those. And I'd love to see a broadcast from us that is a modification of your document that says, here's how teams can meet. What
Sure.
does it look like?
I can share it again here. I tweaked it even from yesterday, so I can share it again.
Sure.
What do you think the chances of, I mean, so because of this COVID, that they would keep this program Rise Above for another year? Or do they always change it, like every year they do a different type of field?
Every single year it's a different field, and the game design committee has these things planned out like 3, 4, 5 years in advance. So they've already likely started ramping up manufacturing of next year's game objects.
Okay. Does the field on the bottom, like you said, it changed that people have to pay more, or like have to add on to the field to make it bigger? Has that changed quite a bit yearly? Because in my school we don't have much funding for it, so I'm just wondering if I should buy this field, or is it going to get bigger? Does it get bigger and smaller every year usually, or?
Since VEX IQ has been in existence, this is the very first change they've made to the field size. And I don't expect that it's going to be changing year to year in the future. I don't know that for a fact, but I would be greatly surprised if we saw another change in field size.
Okay, so really the things inside are what changes every year quite a bit.
Yep. And that's about $100 for the game objects every year. And you don't have to buy all of the game objects every year. I mean, a lot of teams, when you sign up and register, you will get the welcome kit, and that includes one of the game objects. And for some startup teams or teams that are operating under a smaller budget, that's what they'll work with. And then when they get to the event, that may be the first time they've seen the entire field and all the game objects.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Do other folks have anything to say about what restrictions they may be facing in terms of just getting together as a team? I mean, the event planning, all that's secondary. If we can't even get teams together to meet, that's the bigger problem. So what would help you? What do you think the outlook is?
I think at least at the Boys and Girls Club right now, we're facing our biggest issue is attendance with the kids. We used to get like 150 kids in the building, but right now we can only get like 70, and we have a waiting list of which families can come. And if the families don't come at least 3 days a week, then we have to switch out. Like we have to put a new family that's been on the waiting list in. And so I just hope that we get consistent attendance, because I don't want to have to consistently switch out team members and things like that. So just kind of focusing on getting the kids committed. Luckily, we already have a space set aside for this, so that's exciting. But we can only have 4 kids in the space at once. So we're probably going to have to divide up practices and things like that.
Okay. Well, that's encouraging, though, that you have the opportunity to still get together and meet as teams, right? Because I know there's going to be organizations that's not the case.
Right. The other thing that let's think positively, right? I mean, maybe like in a month, COVID won't be a thing. So, that's wishful thinking. But the other thing I keep telling myself too, just as an educator in my own classroom, is these restrictions, we can't be like this forever, right? I mean, eventually things will progress more back to quote unquote normal. So maybe even the whole season doesn't look the way it will start. I don't know. None of us know. Maybe there is a chance, Randy had shared that they're not being allowed in the building. Maybe there will be a chance, in a few months that could change, slowly start to get kids in. So I think all of our teams, just like with our classrooms, they're all in the same boat. really. Even those, like my kids will be able to meet, we really don't have that big of an advantage over the other teams because it's still a small amount of time and they're not together every week. And so I think in a way we're still level playing field in that respect, and teams won't get as far as they normally would in a season this year, but I think they'll still learn valuable things with whatever happens. So
Yeah, and yesterday we had a good conversation about collaborative tools that could help teams. Some of the ideas that were kicked around were to, maybe have one person who is the builder, and they have the opportunity to perhaps bring that robot kit home and build on the robot. The other team members could join them through FaceTime, Zoom, or whatever technology. And another person is in charge of the programming side. So they're, once the robot's been built by one student, it goes over to the programmer, and the programmer spends time tweaking it, and it's at their house for a time. And then there's other people on the team that are contributing in other ways, such as perhaps they're maintaining the engineering notebook while this is going on. And I'm sure that everyone is going to sign up for that role. But there are ways to collaborate virtually. There's CAD programs out there where you can design and build a robot in a CAD model, and that might be a great opportunity for someone else to learn that technology, that software. So there we've got 3-4 people doing different activities as a team, but all from distant locations and using technology to help them collaborate. So I think there are ways, we just have to be creative. And again, it's unfortunate that we can't just throw them all into a room and meet 3 times a week and then life is good. But it's the reality we're in. All right, guys. If you have, other ideas that that come up related to this, please let me know. Kind of looking at the chat here. Thank you, Candace, for posting that those documents. Take a look at them in the chat, and that might be a good place for you guys to start. And as far as your districts not letting you even meet, challenge them. Find ways, this is what I'm talking about, where I want to see a season. I want to see competitive teams. I don't know what it's all going to look like, but I think the easy thing to do is just to say, well, not going to happen. So I challenge us to go through and bend all of the policies, procedures that you can to make this happen. And the benefit of this is obviously it's for the students, right? They're going to get a lot out of this, even with all the modifications that we have to do. So I guess with that, we're going to take ourselves a break, and we will resume at 10:45, where we're going to talk about starting up a VEX robotics team. So I'm going to stop the recording, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, guys, we are back. Before we proceed with the next items in the agenda, were there any other thoughts or questions that we could chat about related to the COVID-19 and what the season might look like this year?
I have a quick question. Last year I tried to host a tournament, and if I wanted to try to host a tournament this year, you have to have that submitted by October. But I don't know if I'll even be able to have robotics this year at all yet. Should I still put in for a tournament and then just go with it?
Yeah, I would encourage you to proceed. At this time, I have some tournaments that are scheduled, and I'm not 100% certain that they're going to happen or not. It's really easy if we have to cancel tournaments as long as we have not spent any money or collected any registration fees. So I've elected to turn my registration off or postpone it for a long time until I have certainty that yes, we can have it, and then what it may look like. So I would encourage you to get your events out there, and as a worst case, they end up getting canceled, or they end up getting modified or turned into online pieces. One of the things I was just thinking about over the break was that it's interesting if we do these video linked events, these skills only that are live feed from various locations, that actually takes the burden off of teams to travel. And it's very plausible I could host one, and there'd be teams from literally all over the world that could join in. So that's kind of intriguing.
So if I wanted to try to do that by Zoom or Facebook Live, besides talking to Oscar, and I could talk to you, and the three of us could figure out how to do it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
Yep. And like I said, I think I want to try one early in the season and just see how it goes.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
Okay. Any other thoughts before we proceed? I'll take that silence as a no. And the next items in our agenda were related to the starting a VEX team. Where do you even go? Where do you start this business? So to help with that, I'm going to bring up some REC resources. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the RECF, the Robotics Education and Competition Foundation, and they're going to have a lot of great resources here related to teams, right? So under the team resources, they have a team guide, super useful for helping us out in, where do you go, how do you get started, all of those details. So I reviewed this yesterday a little bit, but we've got some new people on the call today, and I'll zoom in, try to make it big on the screen. Okay, so this is their team guide, and it's well done. It steps you through a lot of the details on how to get a team going. So, and again, I'm not going to read everything step by step through it, but just know that this resource is out there, and it's a great place to start. So one of the things you're going to have to do is to pick your program. And if I recognize there are some people that are brand new to all of this and may not know all of the details of, which different programs are out there. So I'm going to pop open the different programs that are out there. So VEX IQ is designed for that 3rd grade to 8th grade. Getting started for a kit in VEX IQ is about the $379. I think that's gone up over the years, but it's plastic snap together pieces. So it does not require any tools for you to assemble the robots. There's lots of great resources out there. Just taking a look at some of the VEX IQ robots. These are the things that we're talking about, okay? They have little plastic pegs that are used to snap them together, and no tools required. And you can't modify the parts by cutting things. So it's a lot like a Lego set in that way. All right. The next level up from this is the VEX EDR. And EDR, there we go. Okay, so here are some of the robots that would have been built with the VEX EDR, and this goes into middle school, high school, and then there's also a VEX University competition. So these are metal structure robots. They kind of look like an erector set in ways. They bolt together, and teams can modify the parts with cutting the metal to size. And so there's a small collection of tools that people want to have for it. So those are the 2 different programs that are out there. So if I go back to that team guide, Here we're talking about VEX IQ. All right.
Where can I find the team guide in case like I want to go back and look again?
Yep. So what you're going to want to do is go to the roboticseducation.org, and then I'll just go to their homepage. So if you go to the RECF homepage, roboticseducation.org, and then there's a tab that says Teams that's in the middle. And within the teams, they have team resources. And right there is the team guide.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Yep, yeah, no problem. Now, the neat thing is that they have all those different levels. You know, we've got the elementary school, middle school, high school, and they have college. So it's a whole progression of programs for people to go after, and it's neat to see them graduate from one into the next. All right. We talked about this briefly earlier, that when you go to a tournament, there's actually 3 separate competitions that are happening at the same time. There's the tournament, which has all of the qualification rounds and the elimination rounds, and that's kind of gets the biggest spotlight at a tournament. And then we have the driver's skills match that's going on, and the programming skills match, and those are elective, you know, programs that are parts of the competition that you can choose to go into and participate or not. But if we show up for a regular tournament, you're definitely going to be doing the game challenge matches. So they've got some resources in here related to getting started with coaching, and one of the people that you're going to want to get a hold of in starting up new teams and getting this going is the regional support manager for the REC. And there's this little button here that says, you know, find your regional support manager. For the state of Minnesota, it is Cheryl, and for North Dakota, it is also Cheryl. Here is her contact information. So Cheryl Rausch, and you can reach her at 402-521-4838. And her email is going to be cheryl@roboticseducation.org. So there's an interactive map here of all the different regional support managers, and they can really help you get teams started up, as well as myself and another gentleman named Aaron Barker. He's with St. Cloud Technical and Community College. So we do what we can to help teams get going within our region and give them the different resources. So I'm going to go back to that team guide for a little bit. All right. So if you're a brand new school getting into this, one of the things that I would really encourage you to pursue before you even go in and start registering a team is the team grants. There's monies available if you're looking to start up teams. So Phasia, that might be a great thing for you to pursue, and others that are starting brand new teams. There are these team grants available, and Cheryl can help you with that. The application is pretty darn simple. And if, again, I think we can find that if we went to this REC website and grants, okay? They have a grants page, and it's not a regional grant. It would be a new team grant or a girl-powered grant. So if you're starting a team that consists of 50% or more female, then you can apply for these girl-powered grants. And I believe they still have new team grants as well. And in the VEX IQ competition, the new team grants, I believe you have to purchase one kit at a value of whatever, $300 and some, and then they would provide you with another kit of equal value. And then, so it's a great way to get teams started for sure, because you save a lot of money in the cost. But you'll want to start that grant application before you actually register your team, right? That's an important step. So reach out to Cheryl before you even start up a team. So I believe the Girl Powered Grant is a great one for you guys to apply for, as well as I'm looking for one that's a new team grant. And I don't see it in here, but definitely look at these. See what's out there, because they can really be helpful in getting you started, right? And talk to Cheryl. There may be other opportunities. Excellent. So let's go through the process of how do you even begin registering a team? Where do you get set up? So this document, then the team guide, steps us through that, where we're going to go to a website called robotevents.com. And this is where you can find all of the different competitions that are out there. So in this robotevents.com website, you would create an account. So it looks like I'm already logged in. So if I look at my account, and it's pretty simple to create an account, you would just click on the, log in. I can log out of this, and then we can click on the log in and go through, and don't have an account, go ahead and create one. And again, I wouldn't even do any of this until, if you're a new team, contact Cheryl, because there may be some details about that grant application that once you've created a team and created an account, they may not be able to help you out as well. So definitely your first contact, if you're brand new, is to talk to Cheryl. Okay. So within here, use the robotevents.com website to register your teams. So once you go into your account settings, here's the register your team, and you would choose which program you're in for. So let's say I was going to register an IQ team, and go ahead and hit next, and then populate all the information like you normally would. And fill this out as best you can. All right. Now, when it comes to your team number here, you can just randomly hit this button, and it's going to auto-populate a team number. And then if you have multiple teams from the same school, you're typically going to have the same team number, but then the letter at the end is going to change. So 82, 970A, 970B, C, depending on how many teams you have. And then you can talk about the composition of your team and go from there. So it looks like we have to fill all this out. So let's say I had 3 boys, 3 girls. You just go through and set this up. All right. And again, once you've got your account created, for VEX IQ, I'm trying to remember what the fee was to register a team. I want to say it's $150 to register a team.
It's $150 for the first team, and then $100 for all subsequent teams.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking for that team guide that I had pulled up. I may have to reopen it, but $150 just to register your team. And then if you have multiple teams at the same school, same organization, then it's only $100 for each team thereafter. And I wonder if that's in the guide here as well.
And it's per, one thing I didn't realize my first few years too was it's per division. So like I pay that $150 for the EDR team. I don't get a discount with that because I only have one EDR team. So just to be aware of that too.
Sure. And I appreciate that. So after you've registered your team and you have an official team number, then you can start going out and registering for events. But step 2 here, stage 2, after you've got your team registered, then you would go ahead and you need to fill out these participant release forms. And this form is, you need one for each individual that's on the team, and then they can be uploaded electronically. Just follow the steps that are listed there. So, wow, I have a lot of tabs open. All right, so you'll need to fill out the participant release form. And again, this team guide is fantastic. It steps you through each piece that you need to go through. All right. So after you've got the release forms done, one of the things that they talk about here is that this is a student-centered activity. That means that there are no what we call mommy bots and daddy bots. These are student-built. This is a student-led activity. So the students are to do the work of the building. The students are to do the programming. The coaches can help and mentor, but they can't just push the children aside and say, let me do that. It's really important that this is student-centered. And as a coach, some of the best coaches that we have out there don't know anything about robots. They look at their role in this competition as simply a facilitator. They're the bus driver, right? Their objective is to get the team the tools and resources that they need, get them to the events, and the students are the ones that need to be doing the work, right? They need the ones that they've got to do the programming, they've got to do the building, and it doesn't work when this is there are other programs out there that are called mentor-driven programs where the mentors, the coaches, and various mentors perform a lot more of the work, and it's just a different model. This one is absolutely student-centered, and it's to the point where at an event, if the judges were to become aware that it's obvious the students didn't do the work, the coach or the parents did all of this stuff, they would be disqualified from some of the various awards that are out there. And it has to be very evident, obviously, that it wasn't the students that did the work. So at any rate, keep that in mind as you're going through this. And it's quite all right as a coach, and it's actually encouraging that you don't have to be a robotics expert to be the coach. You just kind of point the students into the right direction, show them the resources that are out there, and let them discover and learn on their own. And I would love to hear if anybody else on the call had feedback related to this.
I just probably just echo, I just stress to the kids and to the parents early on that they are the driving force. So they know that there are components to robotics that I still know absolutely nothing about. Like programming, I try my best, but my brain just does not understand it. So you know, they'll come to me with questions, but usually I have more questions for them because I don't know what's going on. So in that respect, yeah, it's okay not to know everything because they do figure it out. I have had kids at tournaments and even parents come up to me and say, I just watched a dad spend 30 minutes at a table rebuilding their robot for them. What should we do? And I just emphasize to my kids that, you know that you built your own robot. It's all you. And so you win or lose that match fair. You know, you can be proud of what you've accomplished. And, you know, we don't really necessarily go and rat teams out, but we do know that there are some teams that have more of those dad bots. But my kids get satisfaction just knowing that they've put in the time and the effort. And I do have a couple of parents through the years who are more hands-on, and so I just very respectfully tell them to back off because they're not there to build that robot. So generally, if you're just really you emphasize it with the parents and with the kids, they understand.
Yep. Well, thank you very much for those comments. And I think it is reassuring as you know, people are brand new to this. They're like, I can't be a robotics coach because I don't know anything about this. Well, that's okay. You know, dive in. And I think as long as you can point the students and learners to different resources, say, hey, you guys got to figure this out. It is your team. It's not my responsibility to program this, not my responsibility to build it. It's on you guys to do this. They do have a code of conduct that should be, it's read at every event. You know, it talks about being positive and respectful. So good stuff there. So what does a team look like? And it varies from place to place. Typically for a VEX IQ team, a great size is at 4 to 6 students. And they've got some documentation here that describes it. The beautiful part about VEX Robotics is that it can be, it's not necessarily just schools. It can be any organization. So it's great to see Fejan here with the Boys and Girls Club. We have other like 4-H teams, after school, homeschooled, Girl Scouts, even some Civil Air Patrol teams and some from the military bases. So it's great to see this program accommodate other agencies, organizations, instead of just focusing in on schools. So that's pretty neat. So we already talked a little bit about the challenge, you know, the game manual, and that's going to change every single year. So we've got some great resources from that perspective. Equipment for your team. Okay, where do you go to buy this stuff? Where do you even get started? So we talked about that if you're a brand new team, you're going to want to go to the grants page. But if you're buying, you know, after the grant, or if you're having to fund the teams on your own, you're going to go to the VEX Robotics website. So VEX is the manufacturer of all this different equipment. And you purchase it right through their VEX Robotics website. They've got a really nice deal. Set up your account, add things to your shopping cart, and away you go. So we're under the IQ tab in today's conversation. But I just want to highlight this. I haven't seen these products myself. I haven't ordered any of them up, but they do have a VEX 123 for a younger audience. And it's pre-order, so I think they're still working on it. So they've even got some things out there for younger folks. That's kind of interesting. I haven't seen any of it yet, but once that stuff is ready to go, I'm curious curious what it might do for some of the elementary education people out there. But VEX IQ, and this is where you go to buy it. And typically, startup super kit is going to be in that $300 range. Let's. Do they actually have the prices on here? If I scroll down a little bit more, learn more about the super kit. $379 for the VEX IQ super kit. And that's about all one would need to get started for a competition season. And then you can certainly buy more materials. You can add to your kit. Each year, the game objects can get recycled, and you can build robots using some of the game objects. But you can buy any of the VEX IQ parts and use them as part of your competition. And I know in Grand Forks, I can't remember, I think it was Hobby Lobby, actually sells some VEX robotics equipment, VEX IQ stuff, right?
I didn't know that. I'm going to have to go there after this is done. Wow.
Yeah, like I bought this little, I don't know where it went, but I have this little, it's a toy gun that shoots like tiny little ping pong balls, right? And all of those VEX IQ parts that are in that can be used for your robot build. So I think they have a list actually of VEX IQ legal parts somewhere in the, there's legal parts and illegal parts. So under that REC page where it talks about the VEX IQ challenge and game resources, here's the document that describes all of the legal parts that one can use. So quite extensive. And some of these come off of the parts that you can get at the retail outlets. So I know Target used to sell a bunch of this stuff too. So it would be near the Lego aisle. All right, so anyway, that's where you'd go to buy equipment for your team. And with IQ, there really isn't a whole lot of consumable materials because you're not cutting and bending and manipulating the stuff. I think some of the pegs might wear out as far as the friction fit, plugging in, taking apart every day. But short of that, you can reuse this stuff from season to season, year to year. And so, I don't know, I guess I'd love to hear from the coaches as far as what do you, after that initial investment, if you've been at this for a number of years, what are you spending year to year on IQ parts, or is it nothing?
I usually spend a couple $100. There's always some new motors that we need. Last year I replaced almost all of my batteries, so I spent a bit more than usual.
And your batteries, were they, how old were they before you had to replace them?
They were about 7 years.
Okay.
And we had limped our way through with a year of like the old trick of, you know, making them rub back and forth and getting them to kind of jolt themselves back up, or so to speak. But it was just to the point where we just started over. But yeah, no, I haven't. 2 years ago, some teams requested Omni wheels, so I bought some of those. I think last year I bought some more shafts, but it's not a large expense for IQ. I spend more probably on the game elements, you know, at the startup than anything else.
Okay. I know this is a tangent, but you talked about doing something with your battery to get them to, I'm
Yeah.
not familiar with that.
Okay, Ron Klein showed this to us years ago. Good old Ron. So, I mean, you don't even have to have a fully built bot, just 4 wheels, you know, the brain, put the battery in, and then just manually move the bot back and forth, so forward and backward, a few times. And whatever that does, it does like revive the battery. I don't understand it. It's a trick he taught us, and it works. So.
Huh.
I was
Yeah.
told that by doing that, overall, the battery life goes down faster.
No.
I don't
Could be. Those batteries were already dying. So we definitely don't do that with the newer batteries. And I don't let the kids do that. If they bring me a battery, that I know for sure is not working properly, then I do that. But that helped me to save a couple batteries for about a year. And then last year I just replaced all my batteries and started over.
Huh. Well, I bet there's a YouTube video out there. That's what I was looking at. Again, it's a tangent, but
yeah.
Yep. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the products page for a little bit because you'd mentioned Omni wheels, right? The regular kit comes with straight directional wheels, but if you go under the products tab here, and I think it's motion question mark, they're going to have a bunch of other things that pop up. Hey, it's one of the first things there. So these are Omni wheels, and they really allow your robot to, there's a couple different drivetrains you can set up with them, but if you have a four-wheeled robot, it allows it to turn easier from side to side because these rollers allow it to go side to side. And there's some great things that you can do, even if we were to like take a look at, VEX Omni wheels under some videos here. There's some pretty neat robots that can be created out there. I'm going to add the word IQ to this. That really didn't help, but
I know, Andrew, yesterday one of the coaches had mentioned that if they have a team or a student that comes to them wanting new parts, that they have to justify, to them how they're going to use it, why they need it. That's kind of the route that I went a couple years ago when two of the teams came to me and said, we want Omni wheels. It's not a huge expense, but I still had them tell me why in particular that season they thought that it would be beneficial for them. Because I do have a limited budget, as I'm sure we all do. And even though it wasn't a huge expense, I didn't want to buy something that would just sit. So I think that is good practice too. If a team comes and says, we want this part, why? How will it benefit your team in this particular season? Not a bad conversation to have.
no, not at all. I'm as we're speaking here, I'm trying to find some footage of the Omni wheels set up and in action, but I'm finding someone done a really nice job of building, but I don't see it actually operating yet. But I like that philosophy too, that you would have to go through and justify if you do need some new fancy fandangled part, whatever, that you make them justify it. So, excellent. So you can use, like I said, there's a lot of different parts that one can use for VEX IQ, and basically all of the VEX IQ products that are out there, you can purchase and add to your robot. So there's a lot of different options out there. You can buy each, yeah.
I will say one consumable that I do go through, it seems like a lot, are rubber bands.
Oh, sure.
Again, not a huge expense, but those I would say are a little more consumable.
All right. Good deal. So that's where you'd find the equipment from your team. Go to VEX Robotics, or again, talk to your regional support manager, Cheryl, and see if she can get you some grants for some equipment. I like that the VEX IQ program doesn't have a huge expense to get into it. And then after you have that initial investment of $379 for your super kit, you can use that from year to year to year with minimal expense added. All right. For VEX IQ, it doesn't require a whole lot of tools, but one tool that's out there that people really like is the VEX IQ, the pin tool. right? And I don't know if they sell this outright. A lot of people just print them. Yes. So some of those little plastic clips that hold things together, they can be challenging for little hands to try to remove them. So here's an example of a pin tool that they sell directly from VEX, but a lot of people are making 3D printed ones. Does anybody have those in their stock?
Yeah, we have those in our stock. They don't last as long, but they're 3D printed, so it's not really an investment for us. So it's kind of nice.
And you can find a lot of, if you happen to have a 3D printer or know somebody that does, there's lots of models out there. If you go to Thingiverse, that's where you can find these. And here's a great image that shows what these little pin removal tool looks like. If you get just that little tiny plastic piece, it's hard for little hands to have enough grip to remove them. And if you use a pliers or something like that, there's a chance you're just going to mangle the thing and it's not going to work proper. So using these little peg pullers is a great solution and definitely something to look into getting. Are there other tools that you guys have as far as your toolkit for IQ? No? How about storage? How do you store your VEX IQ robots, all the little parts and pieces? Do you have any recommendations on that?
I went to Menards, got the big black bins with the yellow containers, and that's where we keep the completed robots. And then in their storage bins, it's got the little section squared storage containers, so we don't have to bring the super kit containers to the tournaments. We just get small amount of parts, and that seemed to work pretty good.
Sure.
I'll see if I can find a picture. I actually just took an updated picture this summer because I reorganized our space. But I've got some shelving where their kits go under, and then on top is their robot. And then I actually asked for a storage cabinet to be cleaned out in the space that we use. It's a multi-purpose space from all the teachers at the end of last year. And so graciously, it was cleaned out. So now I have, instead of these endless tubs of extra parts, the kids can easily find stuff. So it's been a work in progress. I'm still not completely satisfied with the space, but its organization is very important, I think, to keep all those parts clearly defined.
Agreed. A lot of teams will use these guys, these little small parts bins, and some of them are pretty neat in that the bins themselves that go in are removable, like this is showing little plastic compartments for small containers. So that can be kind of nice. If you know you're working on something, you can pick up the entire bin, set it on the desk that you're working on, or just have it laid out and use these little bins to help organize and keep them, because I know that if you just had everything in one kit, that it all gets mangled and disorganized, and it's so much faster to be able to just open up some of these style of bins, grab what you need, and insist that the students put them back when they're taking something apart, or when they're done with the day. Make sure that they're staying organized. So that might be something to keep, not something you absolutely have to have, but probably recommended to try to keep all that stuff inventoried and organized.
This is maybe a little random, but not entirely. One tip that I would also say that I really didn't start practicing until I was starting to go through batteries faster than I thought I should is after each practice, the kids are trained now to really make sure that their batteries not just sitting in their brain, because I guess, you know, that will wear off over time, the life of the battery. So I have my kids trained to double check that their battery is out of their brain and not just sitting in there. I don't know the science behind it, but it seems to really help a lot.
All right. So on that note, the super kit comes with a single battery. Is that enough for a competition team?
Yes and no. I do have a couple of extras that I bring with to tournaments that are fully charged, because we have run into at some points, even though they do come with a fully charged battery, right before a match, it dies. Even my best intentioned kids. So I always have a couple extra. The kids are responsible for plugging in their batteries and making sure they're charged before their next scheduled meeting. So for example, ours are Wednesday after school. So Wednesday morning, the team leader, either they or they assign another student, goes up and plugs in the battery. So I got them trained to do that too, because I was tired of doing it. I shouldn't do it. They're in the building. They can go charge them.
Yeah. So you're saying that it would be advisable to have a couple extra batteries for the season?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it's not a huge expense at all. So I would advise. We have run into needing them in the past. So.
All right. So at this point, we've covered where to go to register your team. We talked about maybe some grant opportunities to get some money for some robotic equipment. We talked about where to actually go to purchase that equipment. And I don't think we talked a whole lot about robot events as far as where to go to find tournaments. So that's something that I think would be worthwhile to just take a peek at. So on the robotevents.com website, you can search for events that are going to be in your area. And some of the fastest ways to do that would be go to the Robot Competitions VEX IQ Challenge. And then we can find a local map of events. That might be useful. And I think you can filter this per states. Now I know that we don't have a whole lot of them listed right now. I don't see, well, looks like there's one in Minnesota, so that's good. This is going to get more populated as we go along, but we'll just look in Minnesota. What do we have for events? Hit the filter button, and I see one that's almost in Iowa. Must be one down in Adams. So it looks like, yeah, this is the Southland Sacred Heart VEX IQ tournament. But as this populates, look back to this. This is where you can find out where are the events in your area. And we're behind right now. Normally this would be way more populous, but keep that in mind. And then once you have that, if I go to this event, it would give me information about it. And once I find that event, I can actually register once registration opens. Okay, so this is another expense. You know, for IQ tournaments, it's been $50 per team to register for the event. So I don't think I had that showing when I was going through all those different parts. So I was on the robotevents.com website and I did a map search. So I'm going to back up here. I don't think I had any of this showing while I was talking. So robot events, map search, and then I'm looking for, I can add filters to this and look in Minnesota, see what events are out there and filter it. or whatever region. One interesting thing I want to add is that you're not limited to just the states that you're in as far as events. We have Minnesota, North Dakota teams that will attend events in both states. The only thing is you can't qualify if you're from out of state. You cannot qualify for their state championship. So if you're a North Dakota team, you cannot qualify for the Minnesota state championship and vice versa. But you can certainly compete. And that happens a lot up here where we've got North Dakota teams really close by. They're coming on over and competing in these Minnesota events. Great opportunity to gain experience. But realistically, a VEX IQ team could look at this map of events and they'd be, you know what? I want to go to the events in Hawaii, right? Yes. It is possible. You can take your team to an event in any state and any part of the world. They'd probably be happy to have you. So I know Mark Zink down in Mankato has taken his teams to Taiwan. That's pretty crazy. I think that's some of the farthest reaching Minnesota VEX teams that have gone out, and yeah, very cool.
Will robot events have a thing now with COVID where they're going to have like a filter of just the virtual online events? So like we would know, hey, the Hawaii one we can compete in because it's an online one?
Oh, that's a cool thought. So I don't even know if they have these skills only events up yet here, but so the VEX IQ challenge. So event type. Yeah, they don't have this listed yet.
You got virtual underneath the workshop.
Did they say skills only?
Oh no, it said virtual.
Oh, where was that? Oh, cool. And there are no events, but I'm thinking they're going to add skills only to this list soon enough. And then you'll be able to search them. And that's a really interesting point that teams from across the globe could come into a skills only event.
Very cool. Would skills only be the virtual one?
No.
No? Okay.
Last year for the VEX Worlds, that was the face-to-face event was canceled, and then they had a virtual competition. And that was of a different flavor than what we're talking about. They actually, I didn't watch it, but they, from what I've heard, they took your aggregate scores from throughout the competition season and then used that in a virtual bracket to place them. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I did watch it. It was basically computer generated. So like you said, they took the rankings and the standings and based off of that did what a scenario could be, for it. So no teams were they didn't actually do anything. They just based it off of their season standings.
Okay. So, let's chat a little bit about fundraising, because your VEX IQ team, it's going to cost you, if you're starting brand new from scratch, $379 for a super kit plus the shipping cost. You're going to have $150 in registration fee to get your team registered. You're going to have $50 to get registered for a tournament. Okay, so you start adding this up, and you're about $600 into the season for a brand new team. If you can get a team grant to help buy down some of the cost of the equipment, that's great. That will save you some money. And then year to year, you're at least going to have to pay your registration fee of $150 and $50 for each tournament that you go to. And the bigger expense is going to be the travel costs to get there. Now, if we're running a whole bunch of online events, that's great. Then their travel expenses went down to nothing. But traveling is probably one of the greatest expenses that an IQ team is going to experience if they decide to travel outside of their region. But even to go 100 miles to a nearby event is going to cost you more than the registration fees associated. So how do people fundraise? Because sometimes it can be just given to you, where the school comes and says, well, here's your budget, make it work. And other times you end up having to fundraise for your team in order to afford your registration fees and your travel costs and your equipment fees. So what do the coaches have to say about their fundraising models? What works for them?
Well, I know Red River High School, that's one of the high schools in Grand Forks. They do what they call as a 2020 fundraiser. And we're going to try that this year, where they type up a form letter and each kid in robotics sends out to 20 family, friends, or whatever, asking for $20. And then in the letter, it says that, this is going to cover the transportation of this child's team, parts, everything. And they usually do quite well in that type of a format. So that's
why
they
probably get more than $20 from some.
Yeah.
And nothing from others.
Yep. Some parents will give $100 and say, "You keep my kid away from me as long as possible. Here's $100." So it varies on the kid.
That's great. But that's a creative fundraiser, and it doesn't require a lot of time investment.
Yep.
I like it.
I like that. I might do something with that. Thank you for that idea. I send out a letter to local businesses, some that I've sponsored in the past, some new ones, some that I know families have connections to in my school. And it's kind of hit or miss some years if I have parents that are able to follow up. I used to do all of that myself, and teaching full-time and coaching full-time, it just got to be too much. So that was the piece that I had to just let go of. Some years I get more parents that want to be involved with it. This year I had 3 to 4 parents that were willing to make phone calls as follow-ups or go into the business if they were open to the public and have that conversation. And so I actually didn't think I would get much this year because of all this COVID stuff. And I struggled even asking some businesses, should I ask them, just with everything that happened in the spring. But this is one of my best years for collecting funds, which is just crazy. So we put the business logo if they choose to. Some have opted not to. I call and confirm that they are opting out of that. Put their business logo on the back of our team shirts. We usually run, depending on if our teams make it to state, between 3,000 and 4,000 a year is our budget. And that's with, we do go to quite a few events in our area. So some years we spend a little less, just depending on how many kiddos are in it. And then whatever is not offset by community funds, my parents pay for. So sometimes they pay about $250 a year. Sometimes it's less. So it's kind of good in a way that they have an investment. If they want to pay less, they'll help with fundraising. And then we do we've done it twice now. 2 years ago, I approached my administrator and asked if we could have one of the Dine to Donate nights. Our school once a month has restaurants in the community that, if you go there and say you're with the school, then they send a certain percentage back. So I was approved for that for the November one, which is Pizza Ranch, which is one of our bigger fundraisers because everybody loves Pizza Ranch. And so I have my kids stand. I communicate with the manager. They've been great. They let me have a little booth with a table. They let me set up a stand with pictures, and I bring our banner, and the kids each have a time slot where they come and they stand and they answer questions as people might have them as they pass by, and they wear the robotics t-shirts, and the kids look forward to it now. And I get about 500 to 700 from that. So it's a big fundraiser for us, and I don't know that we'll be able to do it this year with COVID stuff, but so that's one thing that I did add on a couple years ago. It does require a lot of planning on my front, but it's worth it because we really don't, the kids don't do much. They just stand there, look pretty. You know, community members are able to see not only my school, but more importantly, like what robotics is doing in our community. So I think it's a good plug for the organization itself too.
I just wanted to throw one comment out there that each team decides what's right for them in terms of the number of events that they're going to go to. I have teams up in Northwest Minnesota. They go to one event and that is it. It is part of a classroom project where they are to design and build the robots. And once it just coincides nicely that the end of that semester is when a tournament is, and that's the extent of it. So you do not have to go to multiple events. You know, once you get into it, of course, I encourage that, but you do what is right for you for your time, right? So if we're looking at this thinking like, you know, Candace, you probably do what, 4 or 5 events a year with the kids if you can?
Yeah, it usually equals about that, 4 to 5. EDR, because of league, they tend to do 5 to 6.
Yeah, but it's okay to just do one event.
Yeah, that's how we started. And I actually, when I started to gain more, I actually had conversations with parents because, you know, they're a big part of this. They drive their kids to the events. It's their Saturdays too. So I did a lot of surveying. You know, how did you feel the number of events this year? Would you be comfortable adding more? Those transition years, I really had a lot of conversations. Not letting them make the decisions, but I need to, you know, feel them out too. So if you're thinking of adding on more, maybe have a few conversations with parents and just let them know what you're thinking. And we seem to have found a good number. Our families are comfortable with it. So
excellent. I want to share one of my favorite fundraisers of all time. There's a brewery up here in Hallock, Minnesota, Revelation Ale. And it's a fundraiser that only the coaches can do. It's not for the kids. You have to be over 21. But what they'll do is similar to the Pizza Ranch, where they'll give you a portion of the proceeds from that night and then all the tips. So they gave us 10% and all the tips, and that was a $800 night for the Lancaster robotics team. The robotics coach called me up and said, "Hey, would you help us come on over, and you know, we're serving drinks and helping do dishes and bus tables and whatnot." And it was just a great evening and a great fundraiser. So Randy, you're close enough to do that.
Yeah, we'll go up there.
Have you been?
I know where Hallock is, but I've never been to that bar.
Yeah, very cool. All right, does anybody else have fundraisers? I know Mike Nielsen, if I don't know if he's on or just kind of watching in the background while he's working, but they've done a lot of great stuff. They're from Fisher. My son's been on his team, and they'll go over to the American Legion in Fisher and do a presentation where the students demonstrate the robot. And I think somebody else had mentioned this, that it's a lot harder for these various sponsors to say no when the kids are there. right? If you can call up these different companies, organizations, and say, hey, we would like to make a presentation to get some sponsorship for our robotics team. When's a good time that we can come in? And if you can get in the door, there's a chance you're going to get a check.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So 2 years ago, my EDR team was just on fire, and they had been together for a long time, and it came to fruition their last year together. And they actually ended up going to the Create US Open. And so we had a lot of fundraising to do, and we had already fundraised for the general season. So they were all eighth graders that year. They went with their parents into businesses and talked about their season and what their goal was to get to Iowa and what they would need to raise. And we raised almost $3,000 in 2 months. But it really was because they were in front of these business leaders, you know, and that the leaders then could see too that it's not just a number, this is a face, and they have a story and an experience. And so, yeah, I definitely, anytime we can get those kids in, that's beneficial.
Excellent. So I think there's a lot of support for this because a lot of businesses recognize that this is their future workforce. So going after the businesses that would be either affiliated with the team, like maybe their mom and dad or a relative is on that team, that's a great place to start. But then just look outside of your school and or organization and say, well, who around us would really like to see, you know, technology and students getting into technical careers. I want to share like a little bit more on this document that we had cooking here for the team guide. Yeah, they talk about planning a schedule. I would say most teams can meet, I've seen it as little as meeting once a week for a couple hours. I know in Fisher, where my son was on the team, they would meet early in the morning, like they'd call it like a 0 hour at like 7 o'clock in the morning before the first classes started. And they did that every day and with a couple of Saturdays mixed in. So you do what works for you and go from there. A lot of them will probably meet like as an after school program, maybe once or twice a week for a couple of hours. They talk about planning out your meeting and assigning roles. So, you know, who does what on the team. And it's okay if these roles get blended and mixed together, because you might have a designer or a programmer, but it's great. And I would encourage you guys to make sure you have more than one person that knows how to program. So even if you have someone that's really strong in it, try to get that person to share their information, share their knowledge. They talked about developing an identity, and this is a lot of fun, right? The team names out there, like what are your guys' robot team names? What's your identity?
So my team,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say my teams change every year, even though I have some of the same kids that are in it. I mix teams. So they come up with crazy team names from year to year. And for some reason, I'm drawing a blank what some of them were last year, but they have a lot of fun with it, coming up with those.
Randy?
We had one of our teams wanted to be called the Potatoes. Another one was Salty Potatoes. Another team was like, you know what? We just want to be known as South Middle School. So it's like, as long as it's school appropriate, and they'll change every year. I don't care, because you just go in and you change them.
Yep. Yeah, and a lot of them will take off of an existing mascot. Like, you know, they'll have the Southland would be the beginning of it, because that's their school mascot. And then Southland Rebel Bots. You know, at Red River, you guys had some fun names with the high school teams, like the Radish Rotisserie.
Yep, and there was one about reindeer, and then theoretically a 9-volt, and yeah. It's
So you have that
And that's their identity, and they love that.
Yep. So you get your T-shirts made up, and a lot of times they'll like bring out like banners and stuff that they've had made at Vistaprint or whatever, and it's wacko crazy, you know, flying monkeys and just weird stuff. But the students love it and they embrace it.
Mm-hmm.
So that can be definitely a lot of fun. And it helps to bring them together when they have the matching T-shirts and everything, and they walk in and yeah. All right. I'm just keep going with this stage 4 here. They talk about this build time. So they outline here their engineering design process. And this is a continuation that it's not stagnant. Like you come up with an idea and you build this prototype, test it, see if it works, and then reinvent, you know, evaluate it, bring it to a competition, what worked, what didn't work, and you keep doing that. So each event that the team goes to, well, I'll just say this, that the very first tournament that a new team goes to, the win is just getting to the tournament. Like, I don't care if the robot was just built per the instructions that are provided and you show up and you did what you could. Just getting to the tournament is your victory for that year, because they're going to pick up on so many things from the tournament and improve their robot. So if they do have the opportunity to go to another event, they're going to take that robot, and sometimes it's like disassembled on the car ride home. And they start coming up with these new ideas, and the next tournament, it's a completely different machine, right? Especially in IQ, because it's so easy to snap them together. They maybe saw something that worked really well, and they'll build from there. But that's cool for them to be able to build, test, evaluate, and then keep going, make that happen over and over again, because the idea is that every time they do it, they get better, right? And the robot performs better.
Yeah, we had a couple of tough kids on our team this year, and that their identity, their ownership to school was robotics. And one kid, he had to either go to band. His parents wanted him to go to band, and he wanted to go to robotics. And his grandma is Canadian. She came up to visit, and so he snuck his trumpet into her trunk. And then he couldn't go to band anymore because his trumpet was in Canada. He wanted to be in robotics. And then another kid, we won a trophy. And so I took the picture of the kids and I put it in the trophy case. And this kid, every teacher he saw in the building for the next week would escort the teacher down and show them the trophy. He was just pumped.
That's marvelous. Yes. So it has that effect on people, that it gives them identity, it gives them purpose and cause. And for some of the students in these programs, they don't get that anywhere else. Like you know, athletics may not be their thing, or obviously, you know, band wasn't in your example, that was not his thing. That's cool. Okay. Again, just keep going through this guide, and they're interesting here. They're talking about kind of that whole engineering process. They bring up the engineering notebooks, which is an interesting piece to all of this, and probably one of the hardest parts to evaluate. But here they talk about what that notebook should be able to do. It should be able to document what the team did throughout the season, have a punch list, what needs to get done. You can talk about any assessments or evaluations, like, oh, we had 2 ideas for a lift mechanism, and so we built both of them, and we found, you know, it evaluates what they discovered. So why did one perform better than the other, as an example? What were the shortcomings? So just document what worked, what didn't work. And then it could talk about time project management, you know, how did you keep on target for these things? But when I talk about the engineering notebook, one of the things that I really like directing people to is the judging guide. So under the REC page, they have the event partners documents, event partner resources. Okay. So event partners are the folks that are hosting the actual tournaments. So if I was to look at the VEX IQ challenge and then take a look at the judge and volunteer resources, okay, they're going to have one in here. It should be a judge guide. Judge guide and judging documents. And then there's another one in here that's the engineering notebook and team interview rubric. So these are great places to start with your teams. And, you know, what does a good engineering notebook look like? Well, first, I want to back up just a little bit and tell you, you don't have to have an engineering notebook. It's not a requirement. But if you want to qualify for the design award, if you want to qualify for the excellence award, then you better have one. But to show up at an event, you don't have to have one. You don't have to have one to run skills. You don't have to have one to run matches. But it is a requirement for the judged awards, including design and the excellence award. So at an event, the judges will interview every single team. And they're using these rubrics to assess how well they did on their engineering notebooks. So these are great tools. Take a look at the rubric, and as educators, if you've seen rubrics before, you know the power that this has because you know exactly what they're looking for. So step one is, you know, identify the game and robot design challenges and goals. Okay, let's look at the Rise Up game and put in the engineering notebook an evaluation of that game. How do you score the points? What makes sense to go after? You know, specifically in this year's game, with 30 points for having stacks, I think that's going to be super important as far as the game evaluation. So put that into the notebook saying, hey, these are the biggest points you can get is to create stacks. So brainstorm the ideas. Anyway, just look at these rubrics and print them off. Give them to your team and maybe have them loosely set in your engineering notebook and say, this is what you're going to be evaluated on. Wouldn't it make sense to make sure we include all of these pieces? Okay. And then another part of this was your team interview rubric. So again, the judges are going to have this in hand when they're, or if not in hand, they're going to have it in their mind when they're interviewing the teams at a tournament. So having this printed off would be great. Yesterday we talked a little bit about having mock interviews. So sit down the students prior to an event where they know they're going to be judged and have them run through their team interview and practice it. So great resources for your teams to have. So I'm looking at the clock and I'm hungry. So we'll pick up here again at 12:30, and that's a change from the original schedule, but a little bit longer here for lunch. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay, I actually have to get going because there's kids checking in right now, but I'll watch the rest of it on the recording.
Okay, that sounds great. I will email a link to this recording to everyone that's registered. So you should, if you registered on Robot Events, you should be able to access it there. Or I'll make sure you have a link.
Okay, it was nice meeting everyone.
Thank you so
Bye,
much, and I look forward to seeing you at some of the competitions.
Yep, bye guys.
Bye. So Yeah, welcome back. We are now going to chat about, take a look at the agenda here and see what's supposed to happen for the rest of the day. We had some conversations about engineering notebooks already. We also have some things talking about other resources, some online challenges, tips for building, and then later on getting into some programming and building resources. So on the engineering notebook side of things, I know I pointed you guys to some rubrics that we use, and I find that to be a very useful place. But I'm curious to hear from coaches that have been at this for a while. How does the engineering notebook work for you? How do you go about doing it? Do you even bother? So what do you guys have to say?
That's one area. I shared this yesterday that I, as a coach, have been very disappointed in myself in just that I feel like I can do better. I had intended on spending this summer really working more intentionally on my side of things. So I was ready to model that for them in the fall. And then COVID happened, and I've spent most of my summer working on stuff for my fourth grade classroom, my full-time teaching job. So this has fallen on the wayside yet again. However, I think the kids do okay with what I do have in place. I just feel like it could be strengthened. I did share right before our break a document, very simple document that I created a few years ago. I find that my kids are very intimidated by the engineering notebooks. And so taking some of what the judges are looking for, I just created a simple template for them to use, excuse me, that allows them to still document what went well, what are you trying to work towards. I make them have a team meeting at the start of every practice, and they have to discuss what their goals are for that meeting so that everyone clearly understands what they're working on. Because what I found was I would approach a team and there was obviously no cohesion to what was going on. And I'd ask, well, what are you guys trying to accomplish today? And I'd get either, well, I don't know, or 5 different answers. So I found that it helps to have a focused goal. And then I always make them have a team meeting at the end of practice to discuss what went well, what didn't go well, what is our goal for next practice. And so I have them write that down. So, I mean, it's not elaborate, but it has worked. It's worked okay for us for the last few years. So I may end up just using that again this year because I did not get the time that I wanted to roll out actually using the engineer notebooks this year. So.
Well, I just want to interject and say, first of all, you shouldn't feel bad about, everybody's got great expectations of things they want to get accomplished and, never enough time. So I think you're doing a fantastic job and keep it up. I believe the engineering notebook is hard for the high school teams, and I think it's perhaps even more difficult for the elementary students. They just aren't accustomed to having to, work in those parameters.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a test and I'm going to document these results, and it's it's definitely different. So
I do also have to approve their journal entry at the end of the meeting. So they've gotten used to my scrutinizing. So I am trying to hold them to a higher standard within that template. Instead of just writing, well, the claw didn't work. Well, what didn't work?
Right.
Why didn't it work?
Right.
So I make them go back and add those details. And by the end of the season, they were already including those details. But, just trying to get them to think, like, they'll say to me what didn't work. And so I'll remind them, well, what you just said is what should be written.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know what didn't work.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's ways to
Yeah.
to get them to still document as
And
much
so
as
you
possible.
go about it, it sounds like after every practice, you have them make an entry.
Yes, every practice.
Yeah.
They
So
are
that's
making, they
something.
start the entry at the beginning of the practice because they have to fill in their goal and who's working on what.
Ah,
And then they have their journaler is working on it during the practice, but then they finish it at the end of practice.
okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Do others on the call here have any tips or tricks, things or frustrations they have about the engineering notebook?
I have a question. If they're not making any structural changes to the robot, do they have to do a journal entry?
Well, you can always, if they're not, the journal's not just about the structural changes. It can also be about, what was accomplished in that practice session. I mean, if
Okay.
it can be a log of activities that said, okay, we met and we discussed t-shirt designs the entire practice and didn't do anything advancing on the robot. And that's fine to maintain that log. We met, we drove the robot, we got more time practicing, still need to improve upon whatever our final score was this. Those are great things to throw in there.
Okay, so regardless, they should make some type of an entry every day.
Yep. Yep. And yeah, Kayla has a comment in the chat there saying it's very hard for younger kids to document and write specific things down. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, but I think it's perhaps one of the most challenging parts of it. But like I said, if they want to be in the contention for some of the judged awards, like the Design and Engineering or Excellence Award, they're really going to have to put some effort into this. So, yep. And that's a nice part about this competition is that you can elect to do different parts of it. You can do just the bare minimum to get by, or there's no ceiling to what level. I mean, some of these teams, the upper 1% that you see at the World Championship and even in Minnesota State Championships, it's like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of time and effort they've put into this program is amazing, and what they've accomplished and is just astounding too.
I will add too, I am honest with my teams at the beginning of the year that the way in which we're documenting will not allow them to be eligible to receive a couple of those awards.
Sure.
Just so that they know up front that the way we're documenting, it would have to be done differently. But we do submit, I have them in binders. We do submit it every event, so the judges still look at it. They've gotten compliments before on it too, but just so that they're aware that they're not eligible for those particular awards. And so far, I haven't had any kids challenge on that because, frankly, it's forced to get them to even fill in what I do. So I think they're okay with it.
Yeah. So Carissa in the chat is asking, how much time do you give for documentation?
So they probably use maybe 5 to 10 minutes in the beginning of practice and maybe 5 minutes at the end, just as a whole group. But then there's the person who's journaling throughout the practice. So maybe a collective 20 minutes total. It's not a lot of time.
Okay. So I've seen some team dynamics and structures that they'll assign one person the engineering notebook, and sometimes that person absolutely loves that task, and sometimes they get really, really frustrated and say, I didn't join this club to, record things, to be a secretary. And for whatever reason, I've seen it more often than not that the task of filling out the engineering notebook is kind of pushed onto one of the female team members. So I'm not a fan of that. When I see that kind of stuff happening, I really encourage all the team members to add, because each of them should be making contributions. It shouldn't fall upon just one person to be the recorder. Right?
Yeah, I make them rotate. So they all have to be a journaler at some point. If you journaled last practice, you're not journaling the next one. It's somebody else. Yeah, I'm that mean, that mean coach that I make some kids. And you're right. There's some that just, it's not comfortable for them, but I think it's good for them to push them outside that box.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right. If there aren't any other input or thoughts about engineering notebooks, I'll pause. Does anybody else have things? Kayla loves the idea of rotating. I like it.
And this is all from many years of trial and error. This did not all happen in one season. So just know that I'm still learning and still growing, but if I could help anybody with just simple ideas, that's good.
Excellent. One of the pieces that I'd like to share, especially in the COVID environment here, is the idea of these online challenges. So within the REC, let's see, they have a number of online challenges that would be useful for you guys to get into. So let's see if I can find, I think I had problems finding it the other day too, but here we are at the roboticseducation.org website, and they have online challenges. So I want to click on the online challenges. And again, these are great activities that one could do without going to a large tournament. So they list and I know that they're planning to put even more of these online challenges forth because of the restrictions this year. So here's a VEX IQ STEM Career Readiness Online Challenge. So you guys can click on these details and it will list, you know, when do they want to see the results. Closes August 30th. That's a pretty tight one. Talking about the need for getting youth interested in STEM careers. And it would be really entertaining to hear from that younger audience perspective what that looks like. And is this a video or an essay? They even have prizes. Get an invite to VEX Worlds. That's going to be in Dallas, Texas. That's very cool. So you can look through the details on these if they're of interest. They also have, I'm looking for VEX IQ specific ones here. Another Promote Award for an online video challenge. A VEX IQ Research online challenge. These might be great activities if you have a classroom. You could assign them to write one of these or do one of the research challenges and say, hey, it's worth this many points. I want you to do one of these STEM research challenges, or a girl-powered essay. They have a girl-powered VEX IQ challenge essay. And I would love to see some Minnesota winners in these, or North Dakota winners, people I know. They also have a CAD challenge. So the drafting challenge where you would design your entire robot using one of the different drafting platforms like Autodesk Inventor, and then upload the designs in that. So I'm not sure what all of the, they may be using some other tools as well. Oh, coming soon, coming soon. That's all we get. No details, just coming soon. So I know they had other ones with like photography challenges. Again, these are great activities that could help with the season if you're not able to get to some of the events. Maybe these are ways that you can keep your team going, or even if you're looking, honestly, if you do end up going virtual for some of your classroom delivery, these might be some great go-tos for, I hate to use the word filler, but you know, perhaps if you need an additional assignment, you could direct your students towards some of these online challenges.
Are the online challenges free or is there a registration fee?
I think they're free. That's a great question. Because some of them, if they're individual essays, let's take a look at one of them. Does it say you have to be part of a team or coming soon, coming soon? That's a great question. I would have to dig into the actual requirements to see what they have to say. So I'm going to find one that was populated. Okay, so you have to be part of a registered VEX IQ team.
Okay.
Only one entry per team is permitted. So you could even have if that's something you want to do, like with an essay piece, you could have each student on the team write the essay and then have an internal assessment to figure out which one is the best, or, maybe find some other instructors to create a panel that would review them and then send forth just the best one, perhaps. So anyway, I wanted to show these to you so that you're familiar that they're out there, and expect more of them to be coming. So,
okay.
All right. I had a piece in here about league play, and to my knowledge, we don't have any VEX IQ league play in the state. Is this true? Or either state?
I'm not aware of any.
Well, I know North Dakota there isn't any.
Yeah. So the idea of a league is to take a tournament and spread it across multiple days. So you would meet perhaps Thursdays after school every other week, and you would compete in a tournament structure, but it would only be, let's say, 2 qualification rounds per night. And you would meet across like 4 or 5 nights. It's an interesting way to divide things up. So I wonder if I can find information about league play, but that may be helpful in this environment with COVID-19, to have smaller events. So league play guide. Everything we're going to need to know about starting up a league. So if you do have a concentration of teams, this might be within a certain geographic area. This might be a great way to go. The advantage of having this league play set up is that the teams that participate in it, they really grow throughout the league play. So the first night they get there, it's just like going to multiple tournaments in some ways, where the first time they're there, they may have just got the robot put together and they get to test it out, see how it's working. 2 weeks later, they show up for another league night and their robot has improved significantly since then. And every time it's that same cycle of being able to continuously improve upon that design. So sometimes these leagues will be all within the same venue, and sometimes they will rotate from one school to the next school. So we could have one in Fisher, another one in Ada, another one in East Grand Forks, or if you're in southern Minnesota, you could rotate the venue such that you have one night in each school. So it's an interesting way to go about this. So I guess if you do have a concentration of teams, that might be something you want to look at. I'm not sure how well it's going to work with COVID-19 that's going on now, but it would be something to to consider. If you'd never heard of it, maybe it is something that you would like to organize within local area schools. So Grand Forks has one for the VEX robotics, and then St. Cloud has a league for VEX robotics as well. So just planting seeds in case you'd never heard of it, or maybe maybe in a bit you'll see, oh yeah, that's how we're going to do it.
Yeah, we take advantage of the league for EDR in St. Cloud. I would definitely take advantage of an IQ league if there was one. I think it would be so beneficial.
Yeah, and you can have official leagues. Looks like a league you need 24 more teams. I want to say that there's even fewer necessary. Okay, so here you go. You're required to have 16 teams registered. So again, if it's something that's of interest, I would encourage you to look into it and then talk to your local schools and say what's it going to take. The other advantage is that the setup for a league, it has a far more informal feel to it. So instead of having this massive tournament, this kind of high pressure situation, you show up and you run a couple of qualification matches and you go home. And it's like a 2 or 3 hour event every couple of weeks. Another advantage to that is it doesn't cut into a weekend. So if the weekends are precious to you and you've already given up 5, 6, 13 of them for the VEX robotics competition season, something to think about.
Hey, Andrew, I have a question for you. So that team number is the number of teams, not number of schools or communities. So if we had like our 7, because we have 7, like 3 community ed teams and 4 elementary teams, but it would be the total number of teams participating.
Yep.
Not schools. Okay, just wanted to clarify. Because
Yep.
then it seems 24 sounds like a big number, but it seems more doable if it's not 24, like schools.
Yeah. And with the VEX IQ teams, I think it's even more manageable because it's pretty common, I guess, to have one school that's got 6, 8, 10 VEX IQ teams. Yep. and they are set up such that if you have an official league, it's the same as having an official qualifying event for the state championship. So as long as you meet the number of 16 teams and the other criteria have been met, then it would be a state championship qualifying event. So there's another bonus.
Okay, can I ask another question? Sorry, now that I'm getting comfortable and unmuting my mic, you guys are going to regret it. I am also wondering, is there like a master list that we could see other districts or other schools that we could initiate that conversation of inviting leagues? Because Candace, you said you're from Royalton?
I'm from St. Cloud.
Oh, St. Cloud.
Close to Royalton.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, because I think I don't know, I think there's a possibility of working something like that out if we collaborated with local coaches.
Yeah, so while you're bringing that up, I'm curious, if I go to robotevents.com, and I'm not sure if this is just my portal, but I think if I were to search and look at the number of teams within a given area for VEX IQ and location, yes, United States, state, Minnesota. Wonder if that's enough for me to do a search. Oh, I think this is only going to be pulling up the local teams for me. So no worries. But there's got to be a way that information is out there. I know I just want to do a map search too. So I'm actually going to log out and see if this information is available for everyone.
That could probably be something too, don't you think, that Cheryl could easily distribute, possibly,
Yes.
to coaches?
Yeah, I'm not having much luck with the map search, but certainly Cheryl could help. And if we know that you're interested in forming a league for VEX IQ, that would be fantastic. Let's investigate. Let's try to figure it out. So that'd be a good action item. So should I have Cheryl follow up with you, Carissa?
Yeah, she could. To be 100% honest, Kayla and I were in a meeting. We had to step away for a while and join a meeting with our school. And I'm not sure to what degree we'll be able to participate this year, just with restrictions. So if it were any other year, I would be jumping up and down saying, yes, please. Like, I would love to take the lead, but I don't know to what degree we'll be able to participate. But I'm willing to be the contact, but if there's somebody else, I don't know, with the coaches here, somebody else that wanted to do that. But just knowing that I could reach out to her is good for me. Sorry, I feel bad, but it's the time, right? It's so tricky. It's such a tricky time.
Certainly is. Yep.
I feel like going forward too, I've been talking for a couple of years about hosting an event at our school with my administrator, and it just hasn't ever felt like the right time. But going forward, this has put a spark in my brain of, I think it would be more feasible for us to do something like a league, probably not this year, but maybe moving into the future too. So I know in the past we've opened up our field for other teams to come in and use just to practice. So I'm all about sharing.
Yeah, certainly having a league that has a rotating venue that, if they were in your school one night and that's really all you had to facilitate, and then it moved to another school, it's way easier to do that than it is to pull out all the bells and whistles and have a full-fledged VEX IQ tournament.
Yeah, I definitely think we should try to start to get something like that going in this area. There are definitely enough teams, for sure.
Yep. Excellent. All right. Some of the other pieces that we were going to get into were tips for building robots. Let's see. I know that every year VEX IQ comes out with a robot design that is accommodating for this year's challenge. Does that sound right? I'm going to take that as a yes. So where you go to find that, I'm going to have to do a little bit of snooping around here. So I believe it's teams and maybe team resources. And let's just see what I can find here. It would be specific for the VEX IQ competition. So I'll go to the VEX IQ challenge and see if I can't locate some of those other tools like team resources, whatnot. Let's see what they have. So is it under game resources? That doesn't look very promising.
I thought they took all those robot builds away.
Did they?
Somebody told me that because I was looking, because I downloaded all of them last year and I can't find them anywhere this year. And I thought I was reading on one of the Facebook posts that they took them away. but I'm not sure.
That would be news to me. Yeah, it's not popping up over here. So perhaps you are absolutely right. And even if we can't find them, there are certainly other places. So I'm going to try Googling some Rise Up build instructions for different robots and see what populates over here. The field assembly. Yeah, maybe they did take them away.
I think I found them. I just Googled it. And I've got like Rise and Clutch and Flex and Stretch, Link, Slick, Ike, all those. Rise looks like a new one. So it was vex.com/IQ/robots-build.
Vex.com. What else did you have?
Here, let me just share my screen.
That'd be perfect. Thank you. Ah, there we go. Robot builds.
Yep. So they moved it.
So can you click on the Rise? So I knew they'd produced these such that every game you would have at least a starting robot that you could go off of. And it would, get you a starting point for this year's challenge. And from there, it's probably going to get tweaked quite a bit. But for those teams that just like, I don't even know where to start.
Yeah, it's got the directions.
Yeah, it gives them all the details.
48 pages. I'm going to go fast here to go to the end. Whoops. Yeah, so there.
Yeah, that might be a great way for the students to become familiar with how to build with the VEX IQ parts, how the different parts and pieces snap together, an idea of what's going to make for a strong build versus one that may fall apart. Yeah, that looks very promising. I could see that being a good robot for this particular year's challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And Angela would like us to send the link for those robot builds. I don't know if you have that. You could copy and paste it into the chat window there. That'd be great, Randy.
Okay, I will do that. Oh, where did it go?
All right. So definitely for the starting teams or even to start the season, I could see those builds being just a fantastic place. Go out, put it together. You've got something to build off of. And then absolutely, YouTube is another place that's just loaded with different designs and builds. And I found one earlier today that I was fairly impressed with. And at the end of the link, it even had this piece that said, hey, if you send your email to us, we'll send you more information about it. So I'm going to see if I can't locate that here. All right, just give me a second and I'll share that. So this is a robot build that a young man named Ben Lipper had a YouTube video, and then I said, hey, well, that's interesting, and followed the link and said, send me an email. Really interesting robot build for this year's season. It has a couple of different arms to it, and I should show you the YouTube video. He's even got the code. Download my code here. So I'll share that YouTube video if I can find it now. I wonder what he called that. I'll just look for Ben Lipper and VEX IQ and see what I find in YouTube. Yep, it was this guy here. All right. So that seems to be a very interesting design. One of the things that always bugs me a little bit is when you end up with somebody that posts a video early in the season and then everybody replicates that, and you show up for a competition and everybody's got the same robot. So this is one way to do it. I'm certain that there are 1,000 other ways to do it, if not infinitesimally more. But that's a great place for your students to start looking around, is looking at these YouTube videos, seeing what the other teams have done, and then if you like it, maybe trying to build some of those. What has your experience been as coaches as far as where do you get your design ideas? Where does your inspiration come from for your students to start building their robots?
Mine usually start with just a simplistic build, that template's printed off, and especially my first years, they have no idea what they're doing. I think it is important that they just follow a manual to start, just to get familiar with the pieces. I know it's been said before, and just get a little more comfortable, and then they tweak as they go and feel more confident with that. I always ask them, when they're meeting with their teams and strategizing, usually every game there's a couple of ways for you to score, and I ask them to figure out which way are you going to focus on. So are you going, like last year's, do you want to try to get those balls in the cubes, or are you going to try to lift them and move them, or like what is your focus going to be? Because I found with my young kids, they have trouble building a robot that can do several things. So I usually just tell them, focus on one. What will be your selling point, basically? And then they focus on that. And sometimes that changes throughout the season. But last year I had quite a few teams focus on one strategy, and it helped them because they weren't being pulled in different directions. So it'll be interesting this year because the game's a tad bit different. I mean, everybody has to be able to lift those, essentially. Or move them somehow. So yeah, I don't know. I'll probably actually end up, thank you for the link, probably end up printing off this build and let them choose if they want to start with this. Otherwise, I did leave the robots built from last season. We didn't tear them apart. If most of them probably will end up doing that first practice, but if they want to just change what's already there, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah. How about the rest of the crew out there? What have you to say about where you start building? Where do you get some inspiration from? Do you let them go out on YouTube and try to copy something?
Last year at the middle school level, it was our first year, so I let them use the factory build directions and stuff, and they seemed like they were locked into that style of robot, you know, whatever it was. And if it wasn't effective, they're like, well, that's the robot we built. We had one team that's like, no, we're going to create from scratch. And so this year I'm thinking I'm going to teach them, you know, the H drives, X drives, omni wheels, regular wheels, and just keep going up different types of lifts. And so they can see a bunch of different things. And I don't think I'm going to let anybody do any factory build directions. They have to create their own.
Yeah, I really admire that. You know, like I said, it's frustrating for me when you see one design and then everything looks the same. So the advantage then comes in how well it's done and how well you can drive and how well you can program. And those are all great, you know, things that would differentiate one team from the next. But it is frustrating to go out and, well, let's just have all the robots identical. That's not the intent of the game, for sure. And do keep in mind too that each of these games, every time they release it, the simplest robot could score points. So that is a confidence builder there that, I mean, if it can drive, it can score points. And in this year's game, the risers, you could just push it across the floor without any lifting mechanisms. One could just push the riser from one place into a goal, and voila, you've scored a point. So it doesn't have to be anything complex, and the idea is that the students are doing the work.
Yeah. I saw a robot last year because we went to different tournaments, and there was a robot. It was a coach from Thief River. He was in the video.
Robert Fay.
Yeah, he had an elementary group that basic robots, and it flipped the tile over backwards onto that top platform, and that kid knew how to drive pretty well, and they were outscoring middle school teams. And it's like you couldn't get any simpler than that, but they were scoring big time points because they were effective.
Sure.
Yeah, I know what team you're talking about. That we were impressed by that for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. And Robert, he was one of my students. I went through the electronics program years ago, and he was on our VEX University team. So I think he's got a passion for robotics. Yeah. All right. Yeah, like I said, to go out and search YouTube, teams love posting these reveal videos. And I don't know if they're as popular in IQ as they are in EDR, but wow, they love putting it out there. I know a couple summers ago, I put together a compilation video from a summer camp that I ran, and it was all the students, robots and whatnot. It was early in the season for Turning Point. And I put it all together, put it on YouTube, and that's like I'm not a YouTuber, but that video has like 75,000 views. It's crazy. So there's a community of people out there. They've got an appetite for it. Awesome. What other tips do you guys have, either for where the students come up with designs, or how you kind of coach them into working together, coming up with designs, or tips for building the robots so that they don't fall apart? I've seen a few IQ robots that are just, they pick them up and, right? So how do you get them to build strong robots that would stay together between competitions?
Good question. Figure that out. I'll be the first one to listen. I think my older students that have been in the program for a number of years figure out that it's not a race to get that robot built. So it's okay to take more practices to get a robot initially. It always changes, right? But you're not expected to have a robot within the first few practices. And if you do, the ones that do, they are falling apart because you didn't really take the time to reinforce the key structural points. So I think it just comes with experience too, you know, because as a coach, I can tell them, hey, take your time with that. They have to figure that out themselves. But it's hard because it's plastic, right? So if you don't get those key structural points, then it just does not want to stay together.
It was kind of funny. This last year, we teamed up with the Red River Robotics Club, and they would come over and they would help our kids every once in a while. And I could tell somebody on one of my teams about how this isn't working. You know, think something else. Nah, it's fine. A Red River kid would say the same exact thing, and boom, they'd change. It's a matter of, you know, if a kid tells them something, it's better. So I don't know if you guys could hook up with older kids. That worked great for us.
Yeah, I've had mentors come to me in the past too during a practice and say, you know, I'm trying to help such and so with something that they're problem solving. They came up with a solution, and but they're still frustrated and they just won't listen to me. Can you go talk to them? So I go over and I say the exact same thing, and oh yeah, we didn't think about it that way. You know, it's like when kids don't want to listen to their parents too. So we get tuned out, but yeah, definitely whenever you can use those peers because they listen to each other far more than us.
Yep. Agreed. All right. Any other thoughts here in regard to building tips or coaching tips?
I noticed sometimes with the website on the building designs, last year was our first year, so we relied on that, and some of those designs did not meet the requirements, like the size requirements. So we had to change things right away with like the arm would move too high or something like that. But I see that that's not a thing anymore in the rule book now.
Sure. Well, that makes sense. And perhaps that's intentional. Who knows?
Yeah.
You know, but it got you a starting point, right?
Yep. But that was a good learning experience. That just because it's on the VEX website and saying that this is a robot design doesn't mean that it will fit all the requirements.
Okay.
I would say maybe something too that I learned maybe only even a couple of years ago. And I do this in my own classroom too with my students. You know, I'm big on directing kids to resources. So I don't want to hand feed them answers to things. I will there to help guide them. So like if somebody comes up to me, like last year, initially someone came up and said, well, how many motors can we have, Miss B? It's a good question. Why don't you find that in the manual? Well, no, just tell me. I know you know. Yeah, I do know. But why don't you find that in the manual? And having them go back and find the answers to those questions, because then it forces them to dig in and to really know. And so then, you know, by a couple practices, instead of coming to ask me questions that they knew were in the manual, I'd see them with it open and, oh yeah, here it is. So that was, you know, that's edifying too. But obviously if it's something that I just want to tell them, I do. But I'm all for that manual is there for a reason. And
Yep.
so directing them to that as much as possible, I think is is good. And then you hear discussions at the tables too of the kids. Well, that's not how I understood the rule. And then they get into a discussion about that. So those are very edifying to listen in onto.
I bet. And I love that you didn't just give them the answer, that you made them go after it. And that's absolutely the right way to do it. And, it teaches them that, well, to be resourceful, to use their resources, to, not rely on one person for all the information. So you've made your life easier. Excellent. Well, if there aren't any other thoughts here, then I think we'll take another break and be back here at 1:45, and then we'll kind of go through a little bit about the programming resources and other resources that would be useful for coaches to learn about, and again, just to point the students to, say, hey, I don't know, but here's some documentation, here's some online tutorials, whatever it is. So I'll see you guys in a few. All right, it's 1:45, time to resume our discussion here, talking about VEX IQ coach training. And specifically, we're going to get into some programming and resources related to programming. So one of the first things I want to start off by saying, when it comes to programming with VEX IQ, you don't have to, right? The robot is set up in such a way that if you plug certain wires into certain ports, it has a default driver control program, and it doesn't require that you have to get in and write any sort of code. So I personally like that about the VEX IQ platform, because many of the educators, coaches that are out there are not going to be programmers. So this allows you to, if you just plug them into the default ports that would be controlled by certain buttons on the joystick, you're up and running without having to ever worry about programming or coding. But they've also done a great job of making programming and coding pretty intuitive and user-friendly. So we're going to talk about some of those resources and materials. All right. So one of the places that I went to try and learn a little bit more about the VEX IQ and what does what for like the non-programming side of things is this, the knowledge base here for IQ. And I'm into the robot brain. So there's a default program that when you unbox the VEX IQ brain, it is going to have certain buttons that are going to control certain features of the robot. So within this driver control programs, the robot brain for IQ, VEX IQ, I was able to find this, and it discusses which ports are for which purpose.
Andrew, we can't see what possibly you're trying to show us.
Oh, huh. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you.
I had my video turned off. So I thought that was really well delivered. And do you guys have any questions? Yeah, so sorry. There's this knowledge-based document that gets into driver control programs for the robot brain. So knowledge-based IQ electronics, robot brain. And then when you scroll down here, it talks about, like, if you wanted to, let's see, smart motor, turns using joystick A. All right. So by default, port number 1 is going to be controlled by the joystick with the letter A next to it. So from your guys' experience, I think even in some of the building instructions, I'm curious to see what they have you plugging into right away. And if you have success with this, where you haven't had to write a program, just as long as you get them plugged into the right ports, it'll do the job. Is that true?
I've never seen this before, so I'm fascinated.
Oh, and I don't have an IQ robot in front of me. So, you know, I would be curious to see if other people have other input or whatever, but it's neat by using that default driver control program that's in there. You shouldn't have to write a program.
Yeah, Andrew, that's what our team used last year. Some of our younger teams who took longer to build, they used the default program and it worked. Kayla, if you're on, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like it was a good starting point for them to then go in and attempt code.
Could you, Andrew, link that up here? Possibly. Or maybe just go back up to the top so I can see what you clicked on to get.
I'm operating on two
there
different
we go.
computers.
Knowledge base.
But yeah, I bet I could find it here. That would be a good exercise. So if I just went and shared my screen and then went to, so it's the VEX IQ knowledge base. All right. So VEX Robotics knowledge base, then I went into IQ, and then we're into the electronics and the brain. So we're talking about robot brain, and I think it's the driver control program for robot brain. That's where I got this from. So now I can copy this and put it into the chat. Well, that's harder to do now. Where did the chat go? When I'm sharing screen, I was like, huh. I'll put it in there in a moment.
Thank you.
Let me just stop sharing because then I know where the chat window went. And there it is. Oh, that was a private message. Let me send it to everyone. There we go. Okay. So now we're in good shape. You'll have the link, but that's pretty neat. And I'm glad that we've got Carissa's endorsement that it is just a matter of plugging the motors into specific ports and running the default driver control program. And the beautiful part about this is if you have students that maybe have never done the programming at all, you don't have to give them a tutorial or find somebody to train them. You just say, plug it into these, run the default program, and you're up and running. And then the young students get their immediate gratification, like, oh, it works. So they're smiling ear to ear because they made it.
Yeah, it never fails. I always get a team every year that, Miss V, we want the controller to do something different than it is. And so they end up going into the coding to change that through trial and error, but this would be a much simpler way. I don't know why I never knew about this.
All right. Well, and there's 1,000 things to know about all these things. So it's not at all like uncommon, you know. So that's why we're having these trainings. I may not know something. You guys have bits and pieces of knowledge that I'm not aware of. So the more we can talk about it, the better. And we're getting in the chat lots of endorsements from Carissa and Kayla. They're like, yep, evidently this is a preferred method. So I am glad to hear it. So, I mean, realistically with that, your rookie teams wouldn't have to know anything at all about programming. Just plug and go. So that's a beautiful thing. And now it doesn't take them too long to say, well, that's great, it does this, but I want it to do something a little bit different, or it certainly doesn't do the autonomous programming. So then we have to have the programming conversation. So it doesn't take too long. You know, maybe the first year you can do it without any programming. And by all means, if it will get you 2 matches and you can control the robot with the joystick, for a rookie team, you did great. But if you want to take it to that next level and improve upon things and learn about coding and do the autonomous programming skills challenges, then we have to move to that next step and learn a little bit about programming. But this knowledge-based resource, before I go off into programming, this knowledge-based resource that's available, there are tons of things in here that maybe it'd be worthwhile just to snoop around and spend some time in here. Yeah, it's got examples for creating user programs. That's just the electronic side. I mean, if you just even go to the Get Started, I think knowing about the knowledge base would be a great resource for you guys to evaluate, spend some time, learn about it. So, you know, storage and organization. We've talked about a bunch of these things. Select your robot kit to get you started. On the electronic side, you've got things about the brain. How do you pair the controller with the brain? So I like that they have, you know, step-by-step instructions. So again, this knowledge base is going to be, I think, a very important part if you ever get lost or need some resources. And that's what this training is all about, is there's no way for everybody to remember all the details we may have talked about. But if you just know that, hey, these resources are out there for me. Troubleshooting electronics. Interesting. Yeah, so spend some time looking at those resources. Cool. So the other thing I wanted to get into was, okay, let's say we do have some programming that we want to get down. So what are our options and where do we go for programming? I know that Robot C was being used by a lot of people. I am kind of curious to survey the people on the call today and say, what are you using for programming? So what's being used right now by you guys?
Robot C, but I'm liking this VEX code 100% more. So we're going to be downloading that in our lab tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, the Robot C was kind of the legacy when they first introduced it, right? So some comments here that people are using C and they've attempted to use VEX code. So I'm going to approach it from that rookie perspective and say, okay, you got teams that didn't know anything about coding, and now we showed how you can do it without even writing programs. That's great. So where you'd go next would be, I would really strongly recommend the VEX code for IQ. And where you would find that is just on VEX Robotics website. Okay, so we're gonna go to VEX Robotics. And then under support, downloads, software. So support, their downloads and software. We can find that VEX code IQ, and it's really at the bottom, so I'm going to have to scroll down a little bit. So neat thing, this works with Chromebooks, it works with iPads, and then you can just connect to your devices via Bluetooth. So looking good, or you can do it for Windows. The only caution I have, my experience with Chromebooks, is that when you go to an event, you're going to need access to the internet, and that's not always provided at an event because they don't have their own hard drives. They just put out in cloud storage. So I've had it where people have had to fire up a hotspot in order to get internet access in order to program their robots. So I've downloaded it for Windows, and this is the operator interface that you're given. So I know a popular programming application that's been out there for years is called Scratch. Has anybody got experience with Scratch? Nobody's saying anything about Scratch. So
Yeah, it's very similar to Scratch. Yeah. Sorry, I gave a thumbs up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Scratch is this little like video game app that you can use to create some, you know, kind of like making your own little avatar, do different things, make your sprite. Oh, it's not an avatar. It's a sprite. Okay. Get it right. But it has these blocks that you drag in and drop, and
In this video, we will learn how
so they're just grabbing different events. And this is actually
to show all blocks associated with event.
this is actually a really neat thing to do if you're trying to teach kids about coding and programming. You don't have a robot. So if you're doing any virtual learning, this might be a solution for you to just put in your back pocket and say, oh, we're going to learn about coding, guys. So
I will drag the green flag block, and then I will snap the two blocks together. And that's it. The sprite will now move forward by 10 steps each time I click on the green flag.
all right. So this has been out there. I know my kids were little when we were messing around with it. And kind of funny story that my wife wasn't very happy with me because, you know, the kids are like 6 years old, and I'm like, hey, let's make a video game on Scratch. It looked really interesting. So I grabbed a picture of my wife's head, and then I put it onto a crab body. And then we were like having the crab walk around with my wife's head on it. And she wasn't very impressed that she was made into a crab sprite.
I know our computer teacher, she does different coding things with the kids, all grade levels, K through 8. But I think I've seen her use Scratch before, but she uses different programs. So I appreciate that because the kids get used to dragging blocks down and kind of gets them thinking about that. But I couldn't tell you what the programs are.
Sure. So this is that VEX IQ code. And there's another one that's worth mentioning over here, especially if you don't have a robot finished and you want to have them learn a little bit about code. And I wasn't very wise to this until yesterday. And was it, gosh, I want to say it was Rachel, there we go.
Yeah, Rachel.
Advocating for this VEX Code VR. So this is a virtual reality code, and it just operates in your web browser. So if you want to have your students that don't have any robots learn a little bit about coding, and it looks like the same environment in here in the web browser as it is in the VEX IQ Code application, here you go. So in this, I just want to give a quick demo here that, let's say I told it to drive forward for, I don't know, I'm going to put it as 10 and then put it in American inches, right? And then we're going to have it turn right afterwards for so many degrees. That looks great. And maybe that's just a great place to stop. Once that's done, we can bring this up into a playground. This little app button up here is the playground. And I think you can change this out. We were experimenting with this just yesterday where like maybe you bring up a maze. So you can experiment with different playgrounds. The robot is right here. And then I've got a very simple code that we created that told it to drive forward for 10 inches, then turn right for 90 degrees. Probably should have had it turn left, but that's okay. We'll hit play. The robot, hey, that actually worked pretty decent other than the robot, you know, turned the wrong way, right? Now, of course, this has the advantage of being virtual and not in the real world. So everything's going to work out perfectly, unlike a real competition field where maybe the wheels are worn a little bit more, or they are spaced a little bit farther apart, or there's a little bit of dust or friction, something in the real world that's not going to be as consistent. But this is a great place for you to direct your programmers, even early in the season, to just experiment and learn a little bit about what it takes to write some of these codes. And even within here, there are some tutorials that can bring you through some of the different pieces here, using loops, right? Getting started, you know, lots of great resources for you. So here's one that's using loops. And
sometimes there is an action that you want your robot to repeat. For example, if you want your robot to move around a square, the robot will need to move forward and turn right 4 times. To repeat the action of moving in a square, you could duplicate the drive 4 and turn 4 blocks 3 times. However, there is a better way. You can use the repeat C block. The repeat C block loops the blocks contained inside for a set number of times. Set the repeat C block to 4, and your robot will now move in a square.
all right, so that was under control, and you know, they want us to actually go ahead, and they didn't finish everything for us. Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't showing you guys what was on there. So when I had that tutorial running, this is what popped up immediately, and then we can have a repeat instruction that we bring in and say, oh, we want to have that repeat 4 times. And then bring it into the playground, and we can see that if we hit play, the robot is going to move 4 times, make that move. Actually, it's interesting, it won't make it in the maze if it runs up against the wall. That's kind of neat. So I'd have to have it just in a big grid map. And I think you can change the camera angle down here too. Awesome. So does anyone else have experience with this, this VR code? All right. Well, I would encourage you to get your students using it early in the season. They're going to become smarter about what code is out there. So that's fantastic stuff. That's one place you can start. The actual code, if you're using the VEX Code IQ, I was learning more about this yesterday. So where you would start with this is to set up your motors and sensors. And right up in the upper right-hand corner, there's a thing that looks like a motor port. So if you click on that motor port, that's where you can add devices to, you know, what you've got, what's physically connected to the brain. So let's say that, well, we can just look at a simple drivetrain and say I've got a, we can pick which one we might be using. Let's say I've got a 2-motor drivetrain, and the left motor is connected to port 1 and the right motor to port 2. And this one's actually using a gyro as well. So maybe I just got that on port 3. But it's going to be important for your students, if they're doing the programming, to make sure that whatever it's physically connected to is what it's connected to when you write this code, when you're selecting these, because it isn't going to work if you say the motor's on port 2 and actually the motor got plugged into port 5 by accident. So that's really important. You can choose which wheels you're using from a stock list of available VEX IQ at their, what the wheels are. If the ratio of the gearing is simply 1-to-1, whatever your actual ratio is, done. We can add a device like your joystick controller. And when we do this, it's interesting that setting this up with a drivetrain default, now you can choose which buttons are going to drive that robot around. So your drivetrain, we can configure this in a few different ways. We could, if we just kind of click through the list. So my drivetrain that was selected and configured earlier, I told it which ports we were connected to. In this case, I can use a single joystick that's going to be straightforward backwards, and then turning would be side to side. So they call that like an arcade mode. That's one option. If I click on this again, I can have the arcade mode, but this time it's controlled by the right joystick. If I click on it again, I can have one joystick for forwards, backwards, and the other joystick for left and right. Or I can click on it again, and this is what's called tank drive, where it drives like a 0-turn lawnmower or a skid steer. So the left joystick controls the left wheels forwards and back, and the right controls the right wheels forward and back, and done. So the neat thing about this, and I don't have a robot to demo it, but that's going to be your driver control program. You're done. By selecting the drivetrain and telling it which wheels were plugged into what motors, and then going to the controller and telling it how you would like the drivetrain to respond, you don't have to write any code. You basically have configured it and it's ready to drive. So we tested it yesterday. It worked really well with the VEX robots, and the VEX IQ appears to be the same way. And I wish I had a VEX IQ robot here to show you this, but that would be it. Our driver control program is done for the wheels. Okay. I'm going to pause there. Does anybody have more feedback or experience with this? Everybody went away.
Sorry, I had to step away. So if you just asked a question, I missed it.
Oh, no worries. I was just curious if anybody had any experience with the VEX Code IQ and configuring the drivetrain and controller. And effectively that in the background, it writes all the code necessary for driver control. So we wouldn't need to put anything into the actual blocks in code. Just by configuring the drivetrain and configuring how you want the controller to respond to the drivetrain, then you're done and you don't have to actually write any driver control code.
Yes, I am most excited about that because that's the component that a lot of my teams are frustrated with. So I'm excited to use this platform this coming year.
Awesome. All right. So within this VEX Code IQ, there are lots of tutorials and example files. So if we clicked on the tutorials, again, it steps you through some of the different features of the software. So I would just unload it. And honestly, the student learners are going to figure this out way faster, right? Just have them go through the tutorials and they'll pick up on it. So device setup, setting up your drivetrain.
Drivetrains allow your robot to drive and turn with only a single block. You can add a drivetrain to your project with the Devices window. Open the Devices window and select Add a Device. Next, select Drivetrain. First, select the ports for the left and right motors of your drivetrain. Next, select the port for your gyro sensor. Now, let's configure the drivetrain. First, look at the wheels on your drivetrain and select the wheel size from the drop-down. Next, take a look at the gears in the drivetrain and enter the input and output gear ratio. If your drivetrain does not have a gyro, deselect the gyro checkbox. If you do not have a gyro sensor, you will see another setting for the track width, which is the width of the drivetrain. Measure the width of your drivetrain and update this setting. Lastly, if your drivetrain drives in reverse when programmed to drive forward, change the direction arrow to reverse your drivetrain.
All right. So again, with the tutorials that are built into the programming software, I think you're going to have a lot more success. So certainly use those different tutorials to, how do you do this? Well, again, the teacher doesn't have to know these things. You can just simply say, hey, is there a tutorial on it? Figure it out, guys.
Seriously, this is like life-changing. This is great.
They've done a really good job of putting this together. And then under File Examples, when you go to open different examples, you're going to want to start, if you're making a competition robot, I guess it's a little different with IQ because IQ doesn't have this separate autonomous mode like EDR does. So I don't know if you ever needed a competition template. I don't think you do. Nope. I don't think you do. So to make it like your autonomous programming, I wonder if they have a tutorial on that because the example programs maybe aren't that useful. How about the drivetrain moves and turns? There we go. Okay. So when I pulled up an example program of drivetrain moves and turns, so this brings up that code where we can do the autonomous programming and tell it to drive forward for so many degrees or so many millimeters, turn right, drive forward again, turn left, right? Drive in reverse. Anyway, this is an example code of your autonomous programming. So again, I just went to File Examples, pulled that up, and in relatively short order, you can start making programs.
So question, and I will try to be as clear as I can with this. When my kids would go into Robot C, they would have to do, there was a drop down where they had to choose if it was autonomous or driver controlled. How does that differentiate here? And maybe you already showed. Like, how do I know that I'm doing an autonomous? How do I know Does that make sense? No?
It does, and here you're going to see where my experience with IQ is more limited. So I want to see if there's anything in the tutorials about that, because you're just running two separate programs, right?
Yeah, so like you would have to, I'm trying to remember what one of the menus said. You have to make sure that it's clicked on whatever program that you're trying to run, because otherwise it won't function correctly once you've downloaded it to the brain. Or
So-
maybe with this, it just downloads and it just automatically knows if it's, I'm not.
So
I'm
with
not sure.
our older students, when they wrote code for a program, it would save as a separate code, and they would have to click on that code on the brain for it to run autonomous. Otherwise, it was in just drive control, if I am remembering correctly, but I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. If they didn't click on the code on the brain to run autonomous, then it was just set in the original drive control that they
Okay,
that
that
they
makes
set.
sense. Thank you.
And yeah, and then if they switch that, the controller, if they switch the code, in, you know, if they, I don't know, if they wrote new code for the controller to do exactly what they wanted, it was a separate option on the brain to use their programmed controller that they did. Does that make sense? I don't know
Yeah, it
if
makes
I'm
sense to me.
okay.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, right now it makes sense. So we'll see if it does when when I get a robot in front of me. But I like that there's all those tutorials, so I'm sure we could figure that out.
Yeah, so with the VEX IQ, since there isn't any electronics that are responsible for starting and stopping the matches, it's really the students, right? That they walk up there, and when you go to do a autonomous programming skills challenge, you choose which program in the menu on the brain, and then you hit run, and that is the start of your skills challenge.
Yep. So now, yes. So now my brain is processing that. Yes. Thank you. Because with the EDR, you definitely have to be able to differentiate that. But for this, you're right. They are just pressing that
Yeah.
run button.
Yeah, so when they walk up to the skills challenge, basically they're the ones that start the timer, right? By, the guy who's operating skills would say, let me know when you're ready to begin. And they're going to have to find the right program, and they're going to have to hit play. And as soon as the operator that's running the skills challenge sees the robot move, they're going to start the timer for 60 seconds. Awesome. So, I can't really make you guys into like programming experts in, we don't have enough time to do that. And it's okay that we're not the programming experts. Like we said before, this is a really nice setup that they've created, and you can direct the students to example files and tutorials. And even there are also YouTube tutorials out there. It didn't take me too long. Search for VEX IQ code block YouTube tutorials, and you've got people out there that are stepping you through things as well. So I think there's a lot of resources that as the coach, you can just say, hey, go out and experiment and learn. And especially with the VR code that's there, you can do that while they're building the robot, right? I really like that even in this working separately together atmosphere, that you could have them go out and learn on VR, and then once the robot is done, they could enhance everything, and they would have a better understanding of what they're getting into. Okay. I am curious about other people's, if they've had things that help them with programming, other pieces that you would like to get out of the training today.
I guess the only thing I'm wondering what other coaches do is, I know, Andrew, you had mentioned specifically with this VR program, getting them to start with it right away so that they can experiment and learn the maneuvers and such. But when have other coaches started the programming aspect in IQ specifically? I know I tend to, in the beginning of the season, I don't let them into the lab right away because all they want to do is just program. But I really want them to understand the game first and to get that bot built and to really get their strategy down. And then we can go into the lab and build that program. Whereas with my EDR, it's simultaneous. They are programming and building at the same time because of the time component. So I'm just curious what other coaches have done. If you do coding, when do you start that with your teams?
Well, I think with this VEX Code VR in my school, we're starting remote learning right away, or distance learning. So I think I'm never used this VR thing before, so I might just have this as a homework assignment for the VEX students to go ahead and just play around with it to see what, to learn it. Because last year we didn't really do much. We tried to do the coding, but we were completely lost and they couldn't get it to work properly. So I think this will be a great way for them to learn. So.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Tim. I do know that I never coached VEX IQ, but I was a Lego League coach for 10 years. And my experience with like where to start with this is, yeah, you really want them to think about the game. So when I was doing Lego League, it was always let's start the season by building all the object models or the game elements. So in this case, if you have access to those risers, have them build all the risers. And then it was learn about the game and how to score points. So we would sit there and look at each of the missions that we needed to run or how the points were added up and scored and say, okay, what are we going for here? What has the most appeal to you? Because they weren't always driven by points. Sometimes they were driven by, well, that'd just be a fun mission to try or to try to build the robot to satisfy that goal. Like, here it's pretty one-sided. Build something that's going to pick up and move risers. That's the end of this game as far as robot design in some respects. But in other challenges, there's been like, oh, we have to do this, or we have to, hang or elevate or whatever. So they can choose what they want to go for. And then we'd spend a lot of time just going through the different, point systems and strategies. And one of the things I like to do with the students at camps and stuff is just to put them out there on the field. And then I want you to pretend you're a robot. And it works really well in the EER fields. They're bigger and they can move around and stack objects, and they learn about the game by doing it. And so I think that would apply very well to IQ, is to say, all right, guys, let's, what is a strategy for gameplay here that, where can you put these? Which ones does it make sense to go after first? How many do you think the robot should be able to handle at one time? Get them to think about the questions of the game first before they even start building. Because I think it's a mistake, and I always told them that if you're an engineer and your job is to come up with a new car, you don't start by going to the welding shop and start welding pieces of metal together. It doesn't work that way. You start by analyzing what's out there on the market and saying, oh, we've got to Well, if you look at the competitors, that's a great place to start. So in this case, a competitor would be out there on YouTube. Look at a bunch of the YouTube videos on how the game has been played and what can you learn from it, what things worked well, what things didn't work well. And that game evaluation is so important. I know I've been into different companies, and yep, if you're making snowmobiles and four-wheelers, you can bet that in the research and development shop, you have all your competitor models that are out, and you're picking them apart, trying to figure out what's going to give you an advantage over them, or at least be as competitive and perform as well as them. So I think that's a great place to start, is just really look at that game. And when we were running camps, we wouldn't even give them the kit until they came up with, I think it was 2 or 3 different ideas that they had to present. And once they had presented their ideas, and they could always change because, you know, things happen, but at least they thought critically about what they were going to build before they just started building. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, that's pretty much how my thought is too. I like that idea of not even giving them the supplies essentially at first. You know, I mean, they could have access to them, but forcing them to really just get that design down, which I tell them to do, but they don't always do.
Yeah, like you're not getting the brain, you're not getting any of the components to build until you know what you want to build.
I like that. Yeah.
You know, it just forces them to think harder about it. And then the hard part about this is that there are so many distractions. You know, they might, especially if you have multiple teams working together, they might be halfway down something you think is going to be really neat, and then they see some other team that's ahead of them in the build, and they look over like, oh, we got to do that. So convincing them to see their ideas through is another challenge. Like, you got to think of your idea, go for it, and then just put blinders on until it's done. So, all right. So I'm going to be honest, and I'm starting to run out of some content here for IQ, especially since we don't have that face-to-face interaction. And I love the coach training workshops where we can have all the equipment laid out, and everybody's got a partner, and they've got a VEX IQ robot, and they can learn about the programming and try some of the different challenges. So we don't have that element here, but are there other pieces that would be useful for you guys?
I know for me, you've touched, and the group has touched on most of what I wanted to get out of today. So thank you.
Awesome. Oh, here comes a chat. So yeah, Carissa's saying, this was great, thank you. And all of her questions have been answered. Perfect. I hope you're being honest. No,
This was definitely a great start for me. So, or I mean, since I started last year, kind of lost, it definitely helped me figure out, like, pick up where I left off and add more to what I need to know. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Tim. And I guess if there isn't anything else, I just want to say, thank you for being on the call. And I really hope that this was worth your time. We shared a lot of great resources. I've learned some great things from you guys. And I hope that you have a fantastic VEX IQ season, whatever that looks like. So I also encourage all of us to be flexible and to really try to, like we said earlier, push those boundaries of what can be done to make this a successful season. I really think the virtual skills only events are going to be one way forward. And I've already talked to Cheryl about this, about how can we get one of those, some of those skills events going right away so we can see how it goes and learn from it, build on it, and get more comfortable with having a VEX robotics season this year. So thank you to everybody, and have a great season. Have a great start to the school year.
Thank you, Aaron. Aaron. I was thinking of saying, please thank Aaron. Andrew, thank you. And I know Aaron wasn't able to be with us, but you and Aaron are rock stars for us in Minnesota. So thank you for all that you do. It's greatly appreciated. So
You're welcome. We do it for the kids. You know, that's all it takes, is to be at these events and see those kids just light up about robotics and how, you know, it inspires them. And that's the driver behind all of this.
absolutely.
All right. Well, I'm going to stay on here. I'm going to stop the recording, but if anybody has any questions you want to ask individually, I'll stay on. And otherwise, you guys take care, and we'll see you hopefully at some events coming up soon.